na kuna da yiga the supervisors and then are handa which is nana hiana edota dina so san then edota di kadegi nana ya di yita ishiban sinja hagi Monday Tuesday Wednesday hat ishaban sinja os office one asan down there all last on young is kan hinda kheshan is be kind with they are the Bakana Diglis, Aran than the supervisor, ya fish Kaidolis, are a Hanadi Jetole, nada then. Diki ya shop, the vision director, the Kisabijan Isha, Hale our thought, empathy. And that Holadoni Kitty Kita, Dia Hanange, in the dark, put out Doshan, Shadasan, Dow Asia, Winda, and the dark, and what there's Nesha Snila. Hashit our director general Joannis for a personnel policy decision they get on business. Executive branch dangi as though put up a car these forms that a day yalla auto be hind dish and nala din le march da that dish nishanta Jo I don't a Kodologi a RGG president Nezi I don't not so la administrative leave. No, you can't Auto those exempt employees or non-exempt Haitian audit, don't Nishigi, A on those yet. Auto Nana Kodat, directors and Lenigi, Engine those yes, but that Yandan the Hanna, non-Nish, non-knowledge fellow. Auto Hashija of Compass, staff and the region. Auto Hanna at den. The Kodogi Nandi Nasovi. A donated it and the program of it. So essential employees are not a car could another yiklala. Hash it out, Joe Kodogi, the quiz cannot, his cannot, the A Kodogi, Nana Emergency Command Commission that Agi. Joe Egg Aden Hashin, he stuff or just that. The Kodosa, Mr. Shorty. The employee, the greater batch, just as the ROD, Nana, Aro Kodogi, Mr. Bennett, Nana, a Kodogi, Ishmanana sheet, a Kwai, Dean. I should out the forms that Eggy, Dojo, Kit, Maslo, Tayilada, Ita, Don. The cut out now, so Sandaniki. Hato Chitole, Fashion Dol Nishigi, CDG request an operation formigi, Ando, but a log and Linigi, Asian, stop at full control letter, a big caho. When he put out the Kodola celebrate, Chigi, he report a draft such every other week that they are nine chissa. He Kodo again, he nanshateya, Kodo Tateya, Kodo Aya, Shaman, Specahonana. Aro na so sinigi double fault count asatati clean that the Kododi outbase bahana that the Pano so asatati clean given actually a so a man ko hashit adi employees that really epic and that is not Ankana Hinto at the Yapes and the Lashinala. They were given a Jigi Quanandis Kitchenala. A zone history also fishing a nana. Nakadol was that the young he explained that about city given actually. Our consortium, so he had nana should
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for that discussion and also for those concerns as well. That, colleagues, any other further questions to Madam Controller? Let me go back to the Madam Controller. Go ahead.
Okay, Otto Speaker, Otto members of the committee, Otto Shanella, Delegate Stewart, Otto explain in the night this kid the special duty pay Ninigi Ani how shall I say, it's really convoluted and it's confusing and there's a lot of misinformation and so forth. So auto, I just want to say, April yen dan idan eya but ikai do eya controller's office and payroll day yada. It was an effort by DPM, auto, OPVP, DOJ, the auto our office. So it's a mechanism that's not an easy, really cut and dry though. It's not black and white. So it's kind of also hindsight. Hindsight is always 20/20 thing. So you kind of keep in mind that when it first started, don't cares money via the next month later no. So when we put those policies or the procedure in place, we had an existing system. So nowhere in the original procedure, and that procedure was based on the DPM Personal Policies Manual. Those were the individuals, the employees that are eligible. So, for example, it's all executive branch. Auto later, we got inquiries about whether legislative was going to get special duty pay. So you have to keep in mind, because since then I have been the commissioners chapters. So I always try to put everything in a frame of reference. The authorized special duty procedure, it stems from that personal policies manual, regular employees. So that's why I always say, so that's the scope of the special duty pay, because sometimes I'll get questions by chapters or commissioners or chapter officials. So earlier I mentioned a payroll support program that's contemplated by Treasury. So that's part of in any entity, not just the Navajo Nation, whether you're state government, local government. If you want to reimburse and use CARES money, then you have to put in a payroll support program and have it well documented for audit purposes. So when I talk to chapters, if they're a LGA chapter and they want to do hazard pay, then it's up to them if they have a payroll system. So but in terms of the one that was put in place, as I mentioned, if you're following the personal policies manual, then there are a few things in the original procedure. I believe it's a procedure, right? The original procedure back then, again, there's no language on CARES Act. So you have to have the budget available. So if you don't have the budget available, then back then we didn't do CARES neither. So that was one of our point of emphasis. Just departments, programs, and divisions, they may not have the budget. So that's one people need to understand. A lot of our positions are federally funded. In fact, I would say a majority of our workforce, out of the 5,000 employees that we run payroll for, a majority of them are federally funded. They're under K accounts. So one of the things was to make sure that our funding sources approve this hazard pay. So most of them did, if not all of them, they were okay with the hazard pay. You have to get authorization. So right then and there, for a majority of our employees, because they're federally funded, you have to have the documentation. So I understand, people get and you have to keep in mind, we are developing the process along the way in the early days. So what we have done was, in terms of how you pay out a special duty pay or a hazard pay, you have to base it on actually working. So we call it actual hours. There wasn't really, if you recall, when the president did the emergency declaration, a lot of people just went home. So that original procedure deemed the essential people, the essential employees, as per the executive order, they were essential. So there was questions on whether only frontline people should be there, but a lot of some of the essential people that aren't frontline said, wait, we come into work. This is a pandemic, and so we thought the group, DOJ, DPM, Division of Human Resources, we all said, okay, let's just go with the essential employees based on the executive order. So, there's verbiage, language that says if a division director essentially declares themselves essential, then they're essential. So as you can imagine, then, some people, they did come back to work. So way in the beginning, a lot of people went home. A lot of those people went home, and then a lot of those people just admin leave. So even though there's instances where people probably put in a few hours, but on the time record it says admin leave. So those are all potential problems that occurred. So that's what happened in the beginning. When this whole special duty pay, we did get an influx of people wanting to pay and declaring themselves essential. So in the beginning, you might have records actually say they were on administrative leave. So those are all record problems, documentation problems. So at least from our office, we had to do a lot of education because this process was essentially learning as we go process. When you throw in the CARES Act after May, then we have another set of issues we have to deal with, because in order to use CARES dollars, you have to justify and say, yes, I came in, even though the government shut down, I am essential, I came in, and you have to prove up that you're substantially dedicated to responding to COVID-19 or mitigating COVID-19. So we had to, on top of all the confusion and the learning, pains that we had to go through, we had to throw all of that in on what's required for CARES. So that added to the whole confusion as well. Speaker.
Madam Controller, please, colleagues, please mute your phones.
So CARES they are federal funds, and we have to justify. So when the Inspector General of Treasury comes into our office, they're going to say, time card, is their actual hours worked versus the form. So therefore, right now, we have a lot of problems with the two things. Okay. So those are the things that we have to go through. At least from our office, we communicate with the timekeepers. It is complicated, I have to tell you, because not only because in the beginning everybody had to use their own budgets. So you have situations where people have to do budget transfers. They don't have the budget, and so forth. Otto, in terms of Naabik'iyati, what did you do when you were essential and you were working in the middle of a pandemic and the government was shut down? So if you were dedicated to COVID-19, or were you doing your regular job duties? So all of those things are pertinent information that have to be documented so that we know which funds to use, whether it's your regular program budget or it's going to be the CARES. We are aware of some programs who don't have the budget, and let's say they're substantially dedicated to COVID-19, and they are waiting for this business unit to come online. The business unit did not come online until Monday of this week. So that's OMB's responsibility as far as the setting it up, but it's also our responsibility from OOC to put in the budget. So so that's the timeline, and it is frustrating. I get that, but at the end of the day, from our perspective, we did make a priority of our first frontline workers. Early on, that was our priority. There are a lot of frustration. The responsibility of funds availability, ensuring there's a budget, that's the program's responsibility. So if they don't have the budgets for it, and then also the documentation is all, program side, the timekeepers and so forth. It wasn't until, I would say, in recent weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, if instead of sending the documents back from our office, we had to sit down with timekeepers and the relevant personnel from the program side to ensure that they understand how this works. So we had to draw it out on a board. We had to, ensure that they understand how to do this. And so what I would like to report back is I said
This call
somebody's
may be
going to be
recorded or
asking me on those
transcribed.
directives. And so right away, our office tried to, or we did get on those, at least as to OOC, which is how we are able at this point in time to procure and outsource some of the work that needs to be done, which includes the portal reporting aspect and so forth. So I felt like we were behind regarding getting on top of these things, and so I don't know. I'm grateful that my staff and we were able to do that, because at this point in time, we are able to say, to support the small business, for example. We are able to support a subrecipient arrangement. We have answers in terms of how we can, should the Treasury be in here, let's say October, November, we're able to respond to those audit inquiries and so forth. So, Otto, I think the other question was in response to Speaker's memo, what general funds expenditures are CARES eligible that essentially we've been incurring. It takes a little bit of digging, because there's really not a reference notation of these transactions that have come through our office that have been processed since March 1st. We did in the past, we did do some estimates and taking together some of the actual expenditures that we track versus some of the estimates based on some analytics. I do have some numbers, and as we flesh out some of the details, we can put that in a report. But payroll, in terms of as of July 17th, we did have 21 million, and that's going from the end of when we run payroll. The numbers are up there. So that's 21 million that we have, and then PPEs, supplies, expenditures. We have actual amounts of about 1.5 million. We do have estimates up to fiscal year of around the same amount. We have some XDOC expenditures. Some of these we have to make sure that they're not under other funding sources like other K accounts, or we're talking about the FEMA matching, and then some of the other dollars if they're general funds. We're looking at 3 million. So right now my estimate that we have based on our information is around 27 million. So it does take a little digging to get to this. Keep in mind, if the payment method is P-card, then there is a time delay in tracking those expenditures. So those are some of essentially the general fund information that I have so far on the second half of that question on which general fund expenditures are CARES eligible. So yeah.
Yeah, Madam Controller. Let me go on down too. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam Controller, for the presentation and the information. I just want to know, that was a really long explanation to a question that was posed by my brother, Honorable Wilson Stewart. Was that information shared with the programs? And I asked this question because you did come before a Law and Order Committee this week and talk about something similar that you're presenting today. And that question came up, about, is there somewhat of a checklist that programs were given on what they needed to complete, because we heard from 2 or 3 different programs that said that the rules kept changing. And I think that we continue to hear those comments and those questions that are being posed to us about what the rules are. So I'm assuming that there is something out there that you sent to the program to explain to them what they need to do as far as getting the special duty pay, and then also in some cases getting paid overtime. So I just want to know if you are being transparent with what the procedures were, and if programs were informed of what those rules and procedures were before they started submitting their documents. Thank you. I'll find that out.
Controller, go ahead.
Okay, Speaker. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for your question. Yes, it is a lot to explain, and I think I've been explaining it a few times because of all the different factors are involved. In terms of halet la communicate do bikada nishiki da se explain India benai the kid out regarding that original procedure by Department of Personnel Management. It does explain what I just went through. That was put in place. Everybody is aware of the Personal Policies Manual, so those things shouldn't go out the window. The PPM does apply. Regarding the special duty pay procedures, those all have been communicated, division directors and so forth. Our office does communicate directly with the programs department's division. My office, I myself, has issued 2 memos. I'm trying to get the dates of those memos on exactly how to do this. Keep in mind that we have existing procedures on the time sheets, time recordings. All the timekeepers are aware of those things. Also, currently, there is an overtime form, an overtime process that has been in place before, and so essentially how to fill out these forms and everything, they were existing before we put this special duty procedure in place. And then as I mentioned, our office, is this the only one? One of the memos that I sent out to all of the division directors, departments, and program managers was dated April 13th, 2020, and it talks about the subject is special duty pay procedures. And I do have another memo that I sent out. All of the instructions were also in these memos. And the other date of my memo, that was a combination of myself and Dr. Perfilia Fowler, and it was sent out to all division directors, departments, and program managers, and that was dated May 7th, 2020. So between the 2 memos and the special duty pay procedures that was issued by DPM, as well as all the existing policies and procedures for time recording, for filling out overtime forms, those all should have been, communicated. It explains all the process. In addition to essentially, at least as to payroll from my office, that they've answered questions directly with those that have questions. And then, as I mentioned, in the last 2 to 3, I believe 3 weeks now, that they've been meeting with your timekeepers and your relevant accountant, financial type personnel from those key areas where, you know, there's problem areas, and a one-on-one session, so to speak. So we've walked them through. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not an easy process, and keep in mind that it was developing as time is going along. We can look back today and say, oh, this is how it looks like, but while it's being developed, you know, it's being developed. We don't have all the available, you know, back in April and even in May, we don't have a business unit that is a special duty pay. And we don't have all the Treasury guidance and from the CARES Act. Even now, they're still being, I think the latest FAQs and Treasury guidance came out last night, late last night, and they were still clarifying hazard pay and your payroll support. So that's the context in which we work. We try our best. My payroll staff, they work on holidays. They work till 7 p.m. We deal with stacks of paper, and we try our best. We are essential. We work through the government shutdown.
Madam Controller. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back. Let me go to you after I go to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart.
All right, so thank you. And this explanation could open between the my follow-up to you then, I don't think it's data and del kiddo. It says on page 31 of Navigation Policy and Procedures, Department of Personnel Management is responsible for developing and issuing procedures for compensation of employees on call. Auto manage under page 2, management and supervisory responsibility. Managers and supervisors are responsible for implementing and maintaining internal operation policies, procedures, and control. And also follow the personnel policies as outlined. I also stated that these division directors and litigate supervisors AI the employee for that. Oh, quench in those years. Oh, those non-initial area leave it out here. Not those needs. They don't need a slot nana. It's hard to be so. I'll be here under administrative leave. The area it says it's administrative leave. Is leave with pay. A car on page 40. And then it says that you can be reassigned, but there was no reassignments for any employees except to work from home. The directors and litigate supervisors litigate the employees in your here. Clap it in that way. Not the jail about the has the instrument that has about the has It's Ethan litigate clap in the Hangna. Aid he shan. Arok at Leo window wasn't all what happened down. And it was what should have had in the parking lot. Kodogi is at Naabik'iyati supervisors, managers, it's their responsibility to ensure the safety and well-being of each employee. Are there determined shorty? He's supposed to be there for the employees. Has he gone out there? From what I've heard, he hasn't been out there. This on fair time, go hash and Ada Kitty Lua on his little golf cart, driving around saying certain people are not compliant. Where is he at over there? Shanala? These employees are there. They're being told report to work. They were given to the alternative work schedule. The supervisors from there are not enforcing it. They're not saying, hey, you're not supposed to come in today. The husband, the virus, the employees are in the national. So if that's going to be in place, then I believe that all of our employees, if this is going to how they're going to react, or right now, as of 2 weeks ago, they should be all eligible for this hazard pay. All credit, Nala.
Hey, thank you. Let me go to Honorable Freeland, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Controller. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Naabik'iyati, Controller Nana. Good afternoon. My question pertains, of course, around hazard and special duty pay. I'd like to know, I know you may not have the answer to this. This is probably a Dr. Fowler or DPM question, but what's the status of that current special duty pay? And when will that get paid out? My next question is, I have 8 chapters, and all of my administrative staff, I know for a fact because I've seen them, have been there during March, during this whole time. They have answered the call. They have been working diligently to get resources out to committee members, to community members, I'm sorry. And, I've been able to work with them. So, yeah. The other question I have is, I know for a fact some of our chapters have also submitted sign-in sheets or have sign-in sheets as well, and 213 and 214 forms and 215 forms, I believe, have also been submitted to ASD. Would those sign-in sheets and those submission of those forms, the FEMA forms, would those be suffice to show that the administrative staff have been on duty during as they have been declared as administrative leave? Would that be suffice to show?
ASCs are like part of the hazard pay, right?
Madam Controller.
And he's asking about what
Madam Controller.
Okay.
Madam Controller, we can hear you. You put your phone on mute. Let me go back to you, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, just wanted to ask that question. I speak of all of my CSTs and AMS. They have been on the front lines during this pandemic, and I really hope my 8 chapters, all of my administrative staff, get special duty pay soon, because they deserve it. They deserve it. So I will vouch for them. I will say that, and I know they have been there for a fact, helping the community members. So, thank you, Chairman, Speaker.
Thank you. That I'm gonna go back to you, Madam Controller, for those comments, questions from Honorable Stewart and Honorable Freeland.
Okay, Speaker Otto Akihat, and then Otto, we all love our mute button, and we don't love it when we don't press it. So, in terms of Otto Shanale, Delegate Stewart, I understand your frustrations. Payroll. There's a little bit of we actually just deal with the numbers. Otto, if there's issues between subordinates and management or immediate supervisors, so So sometimes it comes, so sometimes we have to stay out of some of those administrative and managerial matters. So it can be frustrating, but unless personnel policies manual to if there's grievances and those types of things. So immediate supervisors. So some of those, they make the calls on some of those decisions. So we hear about some of those frustrations from our office. So Otto, in terms of what we deal with, numbers, we deal with that. So I just wanted to kind of make my comments on those. Otto, Delegate Freeland, I'm not sure the status of any additional special duty pay. I am aware that there's been talks about it in addition to what we have in place. Otto, in terms of the chapters are a little bit depending on the chapters. We do have, let's see, we have LGA certified chapters. I do get inquiries from them, and then we have the non-certified. Again, as I mentioned before, if there are certain employees, the procedure it has a certain scope. So if there's ASCs and AMSs through DCD, they are under the nation's payroll, and as I understand, the special duty procedures should fall under, they should fall under the procedures and the PPM and so forth. If they do, which I believe they do, then I think your question was whether sign-in forms or 214, all of those things is sufficient justification. I believe that would be the division director's call. But from our office, if we get documentation or justification on the forms as to what they were doing, then they should be eligible, provided everything else is in place in terms of documentation. Okay, I will say that so I do have information in front of me regarding the as of the August 14th pay period ending date. We do have the ASC, AMS, what we call the local government support and the Crown Point Agency, AJA, we did process $159,071 in regards to the special duty pay, the 0.5 on top of the base pay, that much we did process, just for your information. So, those are my responses.
Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, good afternoon. Speaker. members of the Nation Council of Naabik'iyati, Ado Shimado, controller. I have a question. I know that I wrote you an email requesting if you could do explain more about the special pay. Keeping the engine Islam, I don't know, I haven't seen your response yet, but the last time you were here, but I think with all that my brother Honorable Freeland, we had I think the last time we said that was it would be it's best to have the employees to be on the payroll to do the special pay or the starting grade or the chapter officials and then others, but I think I checked with them. They told me that they were all on payrolls. And on the day, we have I think I don't know how we got hold of the emergency command centers. I just see if you could help us to support that we've been in contact with them and they've been contacting us regarding during that time. So we're trying to collect all the data that we could use to verify that our employees were considered to be special pay during the time. So so I don't know when you can respond back to me, Shema. That's it. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Fowler?
Yes.
May I respond briefly?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, Yanana Teshiya, so Yahanat Ahanosini, this is Ophelia Fowler. Kadosh Ayan Hasnai Ani Hashin Tuko. It is Ado Dohut Vete Kata Auto do the need to know the chanties, the Kosnas Nihi Hashin Tuko Yego Nankin Kindo Nankin Ta. A special duty pay by Wind Ini Shanat Ani no Sini Ani Yego Nan Osten for the Shija Da A Talatena Ani Dan Lini Hin hit the whole need and hit on need. Hashine La Ada in Nisto Leto an Handanish Abik at the need and hit on need. A call A Tepe Hahojish Enemy Ados the JD Cares Act. Nana ni RJ Toto Bashed at the need Ada. Ado Halet on that deal yete I see a la large that nishi Eastern de Jahi Arj Sato Betol now a hate Edo le Johot Ada Matonsi is case a Koan Hini as Ani Dohajosh that Eda Akonda. What's in front of me right now is looking at support in amending a lot of our administrative leave. But said administrative leave, not some with pay and without pay. Hashin so the division director no. From where I came from, if an employer does an administrative leave and it's always with pay, you go that in ako oyo dene ani ni kibich intahui no kahotol jizo kahotol jish akwande. And moving forward, I take the responsibility of really not having accurate policies in place, but we all did not know that we were going to come across this pandemic. Ado kati winter ko sa nana toto na ado aji iskati behes ani ki hajon tato asost edato nito hajo ben not ni tindo joko asis kid. In moving forward, we want to continue in educating not only our leaders, outside chapter officials. So we have to continue educating our people and really quickly moving on amending some of these leaves. And then we have what we have right now is what is called a back pay form. auto overtime form. Yisachon on baby is so behazani ki. Hada da le 213 day no kedo do bakata anana sati koja health command center ajo kid akwande the nebich and oil yesi 80 bat pay form hold the overtime form yes, but we needed to continue to do a lot of education. I am open to meeting with our controller. We have been working together, and as you all know, we're going through a slight transition in our DPM, and we got to get on the ball and get this thing rolling and regroup. We were not prepared for this, but we really got to work faster in getting a lot of these information in place. Again, I'm willing to work with the controller's office, their payroll department, our DPM, and start educating a lot of our people out there. Hazard pay the she special duty pay ilya. A special duty pay the badine. Sahanana ya ajabes ani you not bigana this. Tito ida tito tahnata that nini hollo. And I think we got to avoid a lot of some of the findings that they may see because we're really specifically working on CARES Act right now. I don't we have our DOJ that's probably on the line that we can get help and guidance from. And I really want to push something by the end of September to put something back in place. That's my internal timeline. But with the budget season going on, with our hearings going on right now, I kind of put that on hold and then regroup with the controller's office, our DPM, and legislation. Anybody that needs to be involved, we need to bring this back to the table and regroup, reorganize ourselves. So ishlaro le what ashi ini oyo benina sado yat tahi ni the eshe on ini zendo hajo shot abe hein zido de schlichten that you don't know you know those are some of the things that on hit in chinwa. Of course, I don't need to his adult to a lot needs in Chicago shitting. Of course, I so bad sit or let go. He has she yash, question wins. I don't know here.
Delegate Jane's question of privilege.
Delegate James, good afternoon. What is your question of privilege?
My question of privilege is, why can't the three branches make an accommodation and accommodate during this virus to accept electronic documents, electronic signatures, and then also accept corrections that can be made through email during this pandemic? What needs to happen in order to do that accommodation for all the programs throughout the nation? Thank you. Going back on there.
We're asking the three branch chiefs. My initial response would we would have to work together, Honorable James, and sit down not only with judicial branch has their own DPM, so I think that they would work internally amongst themselves. And so separate from that, the legislative branch and executive branch would have to sit down and meet with DPM and meet with Ms. Gishi and Ms. Toddy, I think, who's the new acting HR director for the nation. And then at that time form together some kind of initiatives where can be broad-based out and moved forward on trying to come up with recommendations and solutions I guess, their internal policies. I'm not too familiar with their internal policies down there or their policies that have been placed by council. And I think that the leadership on that would definitely come from Ms. Kishi and her team. So I would refer that question over to Ms. Kishi to answer more. Ms. Fowler. Sorry. Ms. Fowler to answer more. I guess more of a direct response to your question there, Honorable James. Ms. Fowler?
And if we make this a priority, it can be done to where we can set up a lot of our electronic signatures. So we can create, we have a lot of our IT and really empowering them, and how can we create electronic signatures. And it's time to do that, and I'm pretty sure we can come together and meet, and I'll let Ms. Toddy know of this response. Yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'll add you in the queue, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Let me go on down to the next individual in the lineup. Let me go back on down to Honorable Stewart.
Yeah, out of those, I'm not Dr. Carlos. So, and he's going to get on the it's Nandar Chiran, Delegate James again. Why can it be an exception? Because on the page 7 again, AI is so the Director of Human Resources and Division Director jointly may waive any policies under this section if the essential program services are being hampered by critical employment needs for specific class or classes provided. That waiver any contrary to Navajo Nation law. B, may implement temporary procedures. And C, shall ensure that all employees hired under temporary procedures are selected on the basis of their criteria herein. So that goes back to, again, what my question was, is why are we giving our employees such a hard time? There's forms. The request and authorization form for overtime, special duty, and holiday pay. Regular tour duty 1 to 7 is for your personnel and for your supervisor. Number 8, your regular tour duty. Number 9, you get actual hours work, a time card at home. Auto comment is what the call. I am familiar with this form because I used to do that form. I was an exempt employee and I used to do this form for my supervisor. That's our employees in that case. If all these division directors were on the same page, and there was already a criteria, again, back to this committee, this commission that's supposed to be in place. Why are they not? Why are you saying this is barely coming? This is what we haven't experienced. We've been in this situation since March. Auto last year, I'm going to improve this. The Nordic he's that Shema. And to me, Shema, I haven't seen anything as far as updates on this one goes. This is what I'm going off of, the Navajo Nation policy and procedure, Shema. So I think that for the time being, my suggestion, my recommendation is to stick with these forms that the Navajo Nation already has in place. Make that across the board to all these departments, all the other departments, our CH part, our social workers,
Those are the two forms that we're using. I'm not sure who's asking for additional information and forms. I'm also following the policy. However, those individuals that are contacting you, if you can forward me that information, that would be very helpful to where we help this employee. Those employees, I know a lot of times they're probably fearful of retaliation, but let me know who they are, what they're being asked of, and I'll get with the division director and say these are the only forms that we are allowing. There's back pay overtime. I'm not sure why. What's your reason in requesting additional documentation? So we'll go ahead and do that. If you can forward me that information, that'll be great. Now, I'll be going on to budget hearing meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Dr. Fowler. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So. Close it off. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. What was yours?
Speaker. Honorable Vince James, for asking the question regarding the electronic signature. In November of 2019, I did drop legislation with OLC to see if we could start moving in that direction. And my reasoning was that it would save the nation a lot of money if we could just do electronic signatures from our offices and have it emailed or sent directly to Window Rock. OLS did respond back, or they didn't respond back, so I reminded them of the legislation that I dropped again. And my understanding is they were doing research to see how that would work with all three branches of government. At this point, I haven't received an update from them, aside from the submission that Dana did with the allowing us as delegates to fill out the yellow forms and submit them electronically. But I do want to let the committee know that the electronic signature, I think we do that on a daily basis. When we sign for receipts, when we sign even for a mortgage, they allow us to do it electronically. And I don't understand why the nation doesn't move towards this electronic signature. And more importantly, how much it would save the nation with travel costs. So I do want to let you know, Shanella, Honorable James, and I think you were CC'd on those emails, but we haven't seen any. And during COVID, I think it would actually be more beneficial for people to be able to sign for these documents, either from home or from work, as opposed to have to drive into Window Rock to do, to sign for some of these things. So I just wanted to let you know that, Shanella, I'm still pushing to try to make this happen. But I think, as stated, it is going to require a little bit more, since it would involve the three branches of government. The other thing that I also heard from one of the IT people is we don't have the system in place right now to be able to do this. I don't really know what the system requires. I'm assuming that it's probably a database that allows us to sign, but also a somewhere where we can save all these signatures. So hopefully we can start moving towards that. So with that, Speaker, I do want to state that the other thing is there was a reference to a memo that was sent out by OOC and also by BTM. If we could get a copy of those memos that let the programs know what they were supposed to be doing during this time, I think that would help us with understanding the process, and then understanding your explanation as to how these issues can be, maybe resolved. Without those memos, we're kind of just going by your word that these memos were sent. But I guess I just need to see what we're talking about with these memos. Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Zoon. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions?
Delegate James.
Let me go. Hello?
Delegate James has a question.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable James, and then I'll go back to you, Madam Controller. Honorable James, go ahead.
Siya hatana sinana adon hisanazis tonigi sna asininik al snad Honorable Stewart. In the policy it does state that. And we've been trying to address the issue of why that is not taken into place for executive employees, executive departments to move forward in that fashion. And in reality, when all of these documents go through the process, the documents get scanned and then they're put on a drive. It's not like that the hard copies are filed away, and in reality they're scanned. And I really don't understand why we can't say, okay, if this PAF needs in a signature, some sort of a signature, why can't our staff just send an email confirming that they're acknowledging their signature with this email? Boom. And then attach that to the PAF. When the full packet is done, you're going to scan the whole document and it's going to be put on a drive. It's not simple. I really don't know why it's so complicated. I really don't understand why accommodations cannot be made. It's a lot of the factors that quite a bit of our employees have gotten so used to the same routine and they don't want to change. And this is one particular area that they really don't want to change. Number two is that the nation hasn't invested in all of this technology, equipment, to get us this far. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Kirk, I believe that payroll has been trying to work with departments to get to that point. And payroll has already set up the system, but it's the departments that don't want to move in that fashion. And somewhere along, somebody has to crack the whip and say, hey, you need to get on the ball and make sure that all of this electronic signatures, emails can be accepted. And I remember talking with payroll, and when we were doing the research on this, and that's what payroll relayed back. They're set up. They are totally set up. It's just the departments. And one of them is DPM, and DPM continues to fail. DPM continues to feel like they're in charge of the nation. And that needs to stop. And that accommodation needs to take place. There is totally something wrong at DPM, colleagues. Really something going on. How many directors have they gone through? How long has that director position been vacant? How long has somebody occupied that position? There's totally something going on at DPM. And we really need to get on the ball and start making those changes and getting ourselves acquainted and understanding how DPM is all in control. And it's very sad the way the whole system is set up. Look at our JBA listing. Look at the way the job vacancy announcement listing is set up. How long have those positions been vacant? That should give you an idea about accountability when it comes to DPM. That should give us an accountability of what kind of runarounds are being given to these departments to fill these positions. And that JBA listing, that job vacancy announcement, continues to grow. Sometimes it's shortened because maybe the departments decide to pull those positions and reclassify those PCQ. But then how long do those PCQs sit at DPM again? How long does it sit there for it to go through the process again? This is a continuous problem that the nation runs into, and we still sit here and say, hey, we're going to work on it. And it's getting to the point where it's like there's no confidence. It's like my Honorable Stewart had stated, we're going to make changes is what we heard during confirmation. We've heard it a year after the confirmation of our division directors. We're still in the same situation. We're still in that same situation where there's a lot of the positions that are still vacant. And as leaders, we continue to say we have no money, need funds for these positions. But if you add up all of those positions and see how much funds are sitting there for vacant positions, all of them, that's a lot of money that's sitting there for a very long time. And we continue to hurt our Navajo people to move forward. And with this pandemic, a lot of our own constituents have left the program. Again, going back to the way the whole process is, the way the whole system is, because they have not received their payment. Because they once all of a sudden they're an essential employee, next thing you know, they're non-essential. And some of these programs are working in that fashion. And it's really, really bad on how some of these departments can go and retaliate against their employees. One day they're an essential, and next thing you know, just because you didn't do the work, just because you can't work from home, now you're a non-essential. Now the president has asked that all the Navajo employees, Navajo Nation employees, return back to work. And then yet they forget to call those individuals the non-essential. Those non-essentials eventually have to get information through their co-workers. And then they finally call the department. The department says, hey, you were supposed to be back on Monday. That's when President Nez called the Navajo Nation employees back. Now you have to utilize your general leave, or now you have to use your sick leave because the department has failed to call that individual that were non-essential employees back to their job. All of this is very sad on how we treat our Navajo Nation employees, how they are treated. And if we continue to talk about it, it's not going to change. And I hope Dr. Fowler's still on the line. This is the kind of problems that DPM is relaying these kind of message back to the program, how it's relayed back from the program to their employees. It's interesting. No documents, no emails, no black and white from DPM saying, here is your process. Nothing whatsoever. Everything is done through a phone call verbally. One technician, one staff says one thing, the next staff says another thing. And it just creates a big old mess. It creates a big old confusion among the Navajo Nation employees, among the Navajo Nation departments. And that's why we are saying what we are saying today. And it continues to grow with a lot of these issues and complaints coming from our Navajo Nation employees. Some of them have got fed up with it and said, hey, I'm just going to retire. Why do I have to deal with it now? Some of them have decided to resign because they just don't understand that, hey, I have an elderly mom, I have an elderly dad at home. Well, you still have to come in. But, that's just the way the whole system is set up. And that's going back to DPM. There's no documentation from DPM to the departments on how the flow process, the system should be set up. None whatsoever. Everything is done verbally. So with that, I wanted to mention those as well, on top of what my brother, Honorable Stewart, has stated. Thank you very much, colleagues. I can't. Going back on mute.
Thank you, Honorable James. That we'll back to Dr. Fowler. I think those questions from Honorable Senator Charles and Honorable James is directed towards you. What was it? Anybody else on from Dr. Fowler's department, DPM?
Speaker, this is Controller. I just wanted to make a clarification.
Okay, go ahead.
Earlier, I said that when Delegate Flynn was talking about the ASC's auto quita special duty, so what I was talking about is the base pay, the $159,071. That's not the actual special duties. That's what, if there were going to be special duty pay, it'll be applicable on those base pay. So I just want to make that clarification. Just another information, I just want to say, 2.2 million, the special duty pay, not the base payroll. The top departments that got paid out, I just want to, EMS, so far it's $308,000 in special duty pay. Department of Law Enforcement is $170,000. I'm just giving some of the top departments. $173,000 for CI, and the Department of Corrections is $245,000. That's so far what my the payroll section here at OOC has processed, and I just gave the top four essentially. And then also, as Delegate Vince James Yahatsi, in terms of electronic, since the shutdown, my office has had to work remotely and so forth electronically. So our office, in each section, we do have dedicated emails. We do accept electronic documents, anywhere from PAF, ICRs, 164s, some of these forms, we do accept electronic documents. I know our employees, sometimes they're used to the paper, so we still do get those paper documents. And then last, I just want to say we do have a lot of work, especially here at OOC. In budget so there are a lot of work that my staff and I are faced with, and we have no budget aside from the 2.5 million that we were able to process. Line item veto. So it is a lot of work. A lot of it we have to outsource because we don't have the time to hire people. So and compliance is a big issue with these CARES dollars. So Dr. Fowler here. I'll call back.
Thank you, that Madam Controller, and thank you, Dr. Fowler, for calling back in. There were some questions, I think, referred to you from Madam Chair Charles Newman, and then also from Honorable Vince James. So I can turn the floor over to you.
Okay, on just really quick, the electronic piece, Mr. James, Honorable James, DPM, we've been accepting a lot of electronic copies during the pandemic, and we have been open ever since as well. So we have been taking electronic documentation as well as OOC. I didn't get the other question, Shiash. Thank you.
Honorable James, was there any further questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Shamant, in regards to number 2, it was pertaining to if the policy states that you can make those changes, why hasn't those changes happened and occurred? And in reality, these documents at the end, they get scanned. So, and then it goes on to a device. And at the same time, you can attach those electronic confirm email to confirm a signature in that particular individual's personnel packet. And the next one was pertaining to your JVA. How long majority of these JVA listings have been set out in place for the longest time, and that there's something going on, and what kind of message are we receiving if a director of DPM cannot stay, and how long the DPM director position has been vacant, and when it was filled, how long was it occupied? What is going on at DPM? What are we being told? And change needs to happen at DPM. And in that same statement, I also indicated that during confirmation, we were informed that change will happen. But a year later, after the confirmation, there still hasn't been no change. And we're still in this situation where if one correction needs to be made on a particular document, all of that is put on hold until it is corrected manually. And so with that, what is it that you guys are doing? What kind of changes are you guys doing at DPM? Idea. Ma kot ela shaha.
Yananet o shiash ihe aden I think kidi ado ani abahasi ado tashadoni. There's a lot of things that need to happen. I don't know. These changes. Yes, they were proposed and recommended. Oya iyado hashin toko o oha iset doha asido ko entahasi easko. It can't done Italia. Aro hashine la ein handa nishi aba hasendo a joba besnas o bebe chahatse. Hashine la nishi so bendni nedohon engines nish. Oko o you on and dash nishi ado sa da illa the do ishin oda aquato eta illa. Ako eda tanes ako hashit ohohot edo nishi stadoni nte hashine lots of KJK tuisani dan leni ko it's on hit that ni let it no I don't lay ni hillat that there's ain't those as hugo yesta hazne Esa ko ado tendole ko esa jo stadini on here. It starts with us. It starts with our division. We're at the utmost highest level position, and we really have to make sure that we provide quality services to our people. Quality service means adequate services in responding to emails in a timely manner, answering calls, and I could go on down the list. But one of the things that is in my plan is really to create that framework and really establishing a leader in there that will really not only crack the whip, but updating a lot of policies and procedures. Me being new to the government, to the point of where I oversee additional 12 programs. And it's really hard to go in there and say, fix this, do this, but I can assign it And then I had to lay out what is called accountability structure. So and a lot of our JVAs, and we had a lead person that was to make contact with each division director. If you have some of these positions that are posted back in 2003, maybe they don't need that position, reallocate these monies elsewhere. So some of those were done and some of those were incomplete. So when our HR director was hired, all those structures, expectations were laid out. And when those expectations are not met to a certain point in time, then comes corrective action. And the corrective action improvement initiatives that are done internally, when they're not met, I got to take more action in saying, listen, it's not working out. And then now with our leader in there, Ms. Toddy, who is delegated, who's been constantly reporting to me every day, this is what we've done, here's what we're working on. And that's the kind of approach I'm looking for. And we're in the talking stage and discussion stage, if we do need an HR director, or do we need to transition into a program manager? So and so we are looking at a lot of those vacancies. And as I stated to our HES committee, we provided a whole list of vacancies, the number of individuals that resigned since the pandemic, and the number of individuals that retired since the pandemic. What's your plan on getting these positions filled, non-hit on need? We put that plan together and we submitted it last Monday. So within this next, not only 30 days, but November, we're going to reevaluate all these positions. We need to contact these division directors. If they're not making contact, if they're not contacting us, let's document. That's the best thing that we can do. So those are at our discussion stage. I hope that was helpful. But again, we are accepting electronic documentation, and I can continue in educating DPM. And here's what we're going to do. Let's not put people on wait lists, and let's get these applications screened and so forth. We do have several divisions that are large division, ADO assessment, and because DPMJA, we don't really know what kind of individuals they're looking for, because we're not experts. Like, for example, DPS, Department of Natural Resources, the kind of employees that so down the road, we're looking at DPM being more of a processing center rather than us saying no to this, yes to that, and process go with what we were discussing earlier, special duty pay. DPM has nothing to do with the special duty pay. But you know, 1 year, 4 years, I'm doing my best in 1 year, and I'm just been dealing with a lot of personnel matters. It's not just our division. There's a whole lot of issues, and those are some things that I can't discuss over the phone or in public. So those are some of the things that kind of hinders what we were working on. So
Thank you, Dr. Fowler, for that response. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the report? If there's none, let's go to the board. Accept the report. Oh. No other board. Accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keown votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul McKay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Votes green. Or green Abina.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yancey. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So. I vote green. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yancey. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Who?
Otto So votes green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Speaker with a vote of 16 yeas and 3 nays.
This call may be recorded or transcribed.
Hello? Hello?
Yate.
What happened? It just hung up I guess hung up on me.
It got kicked off too.
I think people got kicked off, and then I got kicked off earlier too, but all I did was just redial back into the conference call.
I reckon that's all we did.
So are we going to do another roll call?
Members of the Naabik'iyati committee were having issues with the call. Give us about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, are we back on again?
Colleagues, thank you. This is Speaker Damon. Sorry for the delay. Sorry that everybody got kicked off. The Navajo Nation network is experiencing different technical difficulties here in Window Rock. And we are trying to make sure that getting back on the line, making sure everything's still recording, making sure everybody's still able to listen into our conversation live on Vimeo, Facebook, and YouTube. So please bear with us, colleagues. Give us about another 3 minutes. Then we can go from there. Thank you.
Goodbye. This call may be recorded or transcribed.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much. Looks like we're back live. Are we good on Facebook? Rubio? Hold on, colleagues. Let's just make sure we're good on there. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and go down. Again, sorry for technical difficulties here we're having, but we need to go ahead and make sure we have a quorum. So, again, let me go ahead and call this back to order. It's 1:44 p.m. We are having a Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special meeting here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. My colleagues are here throughout the Navajo Nation too as well. Today's date is Thursday, September 3rd, 2020. Ms. Nota, you mind doing a roll call for us so we can make sure everything's in form?
At least,
Let me go walk around in there.
okay.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Keelan Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present. We're having no problem.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
So Delegate Brown is present from Denhotel.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present in Window Rock, Arizona.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati is calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I'm here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels is present. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Canola is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James is present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Arizona, I'm here.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with 14 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ota. 14 members present. We do have a quorum. 44. That, colleagues, on accepting the report for item number A under reports, the vote was 16 in favor, 3 opposed, chair not voting. That going on to report B.
Greg Green.
Report from the Navajo Nation Cyber Team and Navajo Tribal Utility Authority on broadband access on the Navajo Nation. that, colleagues, let me go ahead and refer over to Navajo Nation Cyber Team. Are you on the line?
Oh yeah, good morning or good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Good. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Speaker, Chair, and honorable delegates, as well as everyone on the call and listening in through video or Facebook. My name is Vernon Livingston. When I'm talking to Shnito, Keone Kwashishchin,
I think he has a presentation, right?
One of the core cyber team members working with the cyber team. Pretty much we are technology advocates for the Navajo Nation. We pretty much keep track of a lot of the ongoing technology, whether it's for information systems or broadband technology and IT infrastructure. As we all know, there's a technology gap on the Navajo Nation. Some people call it the digital divide. Some of us call it the digital equity and equality. And on the Navajo Nation, I worked for the Navajo Nation for about 7 years. Coming into the nation, one of my first assessments was that the Navajo Nation was or is behind in technology by about 30 years. And during this pandemic, that has been brought to light as we see that we're struggling in a lot of different areas, not just with our internet access, but even with our information systems, our databases, our portals, as Pearline Kirk had mentioned, our tracking systems, and even cost allocation plans and methodologies. Those are all IT-related information systems. We also deal with network technology and then the infrastructure that connects to all of these technologies, whether it's the servers or the last mile or the middle mile network connection, and even the data centers located on the Navajo Nation. So I was asked and requested today to provide a report on behalf of the cyber team. Really was to be focused on the education and the network and what our schools are being challenged with right now across the Navajo Nation. So kids, I don't know if you guys have access to Facebook or Twitter, but there's two kids sitting outside a Taco Bell in Silicon Valley. And Silicon Valley, you would imagine, would have the best internet and network access and infrastructure for everyone. But even in the rural areas, there's a digital divide and it's economic based, I guess. Some of the less economic, the kids with less low income families don't have access to these type of services. And on the Navajo Nation, that kind of holds true for our children as well. So we've been setting up different types of technologies out there. We set up Wi-Fi devices for the students across the nation, working with different service providers. We've got Frontier, we've got NTUA and NTUA Wireless. We even have NAU, we have even Gallup McKinley school systems out there, parking buses for students to gain access to free internet services where they can do their homework, keep track of what's going on with the outside world. And this is not for kids, it's for adults, for us, teleworking, for health providers, our grandparents needing to get seen by the hospital without having to go into the hospital. They can get access through telehealth and get linked to their providers. So technology is needed across the nation, and in the area of education, we're really far behind. We're running into a lot of issues. I know of an example where there was students issued T-Mobile devices in Magdalena, and they got back to their homes and their devices didn't work. So there was really no audit to see if those devices worked, and those kids tried connecting, it didn't work. The technology is all up-to-date technology, but doesn't work with the current network service providers. So that was one of the issues. Another issue is course, that we all can relate to is the saturated network, whether we're trying to work from home or our kids are trying to get on the internet. A lot of us use Frontier or Interior Wireless, and those during the peak hours, which would be between maybe 12 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the evening, it pretty much doesn't work. We pay anywhere from $60 to $200 for internet services, and it's pretty much across the board, where we have to pretty much just shut down what we have and think about, oh, well, we'll get up early tomorrow and see if we can go online and catch up. Or even maybe this weekend, we can see if we can catch up with our school homework because our internet is too slow right now. And those are all the common issues that we are really running into right now across the Navajo Nation. And as a cyber team, we've been addressing a lot of those issues. We see all those issues, we take reports. We work with Brent Nelson with the Education Department. We also work with DIT. DIT is also, we also have Alex Largy as a cyber team member, and pretty much from almost all of the three branches. We've got Emerson Noka from legislative, Larry Hosky from legislative, from judicial, and then a lot of staff from the executive branch. And then we also have private and public entities that are either consulting or providing services or helping on a voluntary basis to provide solutions for the Navajo Nation. And we also request that outside providers attend some of our meetings because it's very beneficial for us to all be in alignment with what's going on right now, especially around the need for broadband and internet services for the whole Navajo Nation. But it's just not in that area. Like I said, there's a lot of questions around digital signatures and information systems and how can we get these things up and going. I mean, it's just, we can't just wave a wand and expect all of it to come or flash money out there and say, oh, well, we can get this done in a day. It takes coordination and planning. And a lot of times we never put technology on a pedestal until now. It's right behind infrastructure and water. So now that technology is on a pedestal, I think we can try to make advancements, and this is the time to do it. So really around the education sector, there's we want to advocate for affordable access to high-speed broadband connectivity to everyone, not just to students, but to their parents, to the teachers, and we are still being left behind in countless ways. Universal access to these technologies is difficult to attain for us. As we're seeing it right now, we can't just get right-of-ways and leasings and permitting and the purchase of equipment within 30 days. It takes a longer amount of time, especially with the permitting, and even longer if you're a non-Navajo entity trying to build out on the Navajo Nation. These outside entities, they look at the Navajo Nation and they also consider return on investment. How can we build out on the Navajo Nation and get a return on investment for building out? And that's one of the other areas is it's not affordable. If we can make it affordable, I'm pretty sure we can get more people on their network. And that's kind of what the Lifeline Plan helps with low-income families. But on the Navajo Nation, we are pretty much middle to low income across the board, and some of us don't qualify for low income, but we still have to think about what we want to pay for. Do we want to pay for our water or electricity or internet? And most of us, we prefer to have water and electricity. So as a cyber team, we hear all of these issues and we're trying to figure out and provide solutions. One of the things that we've been working on from the cyber team side is we've been working on the Broadband Act. In this Broadband Act, we're trying to cover fair and competitive, a fair and competitive broadband environment where we can allow more people to build out on the Navajo Nation where it's fair and open, and then allow them to expand our network. We're also looking at being an or solidifying us as a group with authority. The cyber team, we really don't have any authority, and that's kind of what sets us back as we push proposals or make requests or try to create some action, or we put in action plans. And one of the things that always comes back at us is, well, where's your authority at? And right now we don't have any, and that's why we devised this broadband act to allow us to have an authority around our broadband plan and be able to oversee a lot of these technologies that I'm mentioning. We also, in our broadband act, we also want to revise appropriate sections of the Navajo Nation code. Of course, if you look back at our code, some of it's outdated to the 50s. Even the Navajo Nation Privacy Act is, I think, 94. DJY is 94. So just to be able to update some of those things, it includes how we process our documents. Digital signatures was just brought up, and how are we gonna fix digital signatures when we don't have a law that approves of it? So just to be able to appropriate those sections of the Navajo Nation code and bring it up to date and allow us to build around newer technology. Creating a Navajo Nation broadband cooperative is also part of our act. We're also looking at a broadband enterprise fund where we can allocate funds to the team and continue to push forward kind of as an outside entity that is a clearinghouse that can oversee all of these different types of projects around technology, not just for broadband, but everything technology related. And there's a need for that right now, especially right now during this pandemic. We are kind of just duplicating services. We are asking for funds to provide internet services to the same areas. But as a cyber team, we don't oversee these things, but we see these things, and we are trying to bring it to light to say that, well, we can allocate these funds in different areas where this place is already covered. As of right now, there's several chapters that already have fiber infrastructure to these chapters, but like Verizon is advocating for funding to provide satellite services or low-lying satellite services to all of the chapter houses. How, as a cyber team, can we effectively counteract that and maybe even ask that those equipment be placed other than chapter houses and more of a dense community areas, maybe the NHA housing areas? But that's what we are trying to address in our broadband act. One of the big ones we're also trying to address is plus codes or rural addressing, and enacting that where we can allow our team to, or the Navajo Nation to address all of these rural areas in a timely manner rather than waiting years. And it affects everything from our economics to our 911 services to providing services through CHR. I mean, it's crazy right now without having rural addressing readily available in a lot of those areas. But in our broadband act, that's what we're trying to accomplish, is to bring in newer technologies and say, well, this is what's working right now in Utah. Can we use the same technology across the board in New Mexico and Arizona? So that's what we're doing as a broadband team. Right now, we're actually wrapping up our broadband plan for the Navajo Nation. It's been a three-year process. We've done assessments on all the towers, whether it's for two-way communications or for internet service providers or even for telephone providers. So we gathered all that information for the towers. We also gathered all the information around all the chapters. We know what internet service providers are each chapter. Some chapters, we know the chapter speeds, how fast the internet speeds are there. And of course, we're keeping track of where currently during this pandemic where equipment being placed by different providers like NAU, N2A Wireless, Sacred Wind. So that's what we're working on right now, and this plan is going to be rolling out in October. It's going to be available. This plan is being created by Magellan Advisors. In this plan, there's a short-term, short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. A lot of these short-term goals didn't include what's happening right now with the pandemic, but around what we've been organizing around is looking at already existing infrastructure, and that's the same plan that NTRC is also looking at is utilizing what's already existing and building onto that and extending it out. As y'all may know, that the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum auction closed today. The FCC sent out a memo, and even that is part of what we've been assessing and how it would be implemented on the Navajo Nation and who would benefit. And it would extend out current networks from 3 miles up to 13 miles. So we would be able to provide, or not we, but ETCs or telephone providers, wireless telephone providers will be able to provide services out at a greater distance beyond 3 miles. So the range would actually be extended, and that's what 2.5 gigahertz would do for the Navajo Nation. Right now, NTU and the Net College are actually working on going live with their projects, as well as NTUA. They're actually asking for leasing some of the 2.5 spectrum already as it is. So it's going to be a game changer for the Navajo Nation, in that we own it and we can utilize it. I think NTRC's plan is to break it into 3 sections, and that's just a quick overview on that spectrum. As I mentioned, our cyber team pretty much kind of oversees a lot of different areas. We kind of keep track of what's going on throughout the Navajo Nation. We know that Sacred Winds is building out on the eastern side of Navajo. They're looking at implementing the 2.5 gigahertz with NTU. It was just in the paper not too long ago. So Verizon's also putting in proposals for low-lying satellite technology to provide Wi-Fi access at all of the chapter houses. Right now, we assisted with the E-rate grant writing for the Navajo chapter houses and the Head Start. We are waiting for the FCC to provide us with an award or information on what we need to work on. So we're just waiting on a response from the FCC for the E-rate that we have planned out. The E-rate is actually going to cover about 140 locations across the Navajo Nation, most of the chapter houses, and about 50% of the.
1 second here. Just give me a sec. Turn that on. Or...
Hold on, colleagues. Hold on. Mr. Livingston, hold on. There's if you're, please be respectful of the presenter. I know that we have other individuals on besides members of council. You're on the line. Please keep your phones on mute. Thank you very much. Livingston, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. So E-rate is actually in process still. We're waiting for FCC to provide us with an answer on the funding of that process. We know that NTR Wireless also put in a big commitment and proposals around the CARES Act, so we're kind of tracking that, and we're anxious to see or hear what the report's going to be as well. Of course, we're going to be taking notes on that to see what areas are going to be getting new equipment or updating of equipment to help expand their networks. We also work closely with DIT. We offered to assist them where needed, as needed, around them being the fiduciary agent for the $63 million in CARES Act funding that was going to be going through DIT. So we also work with Arcadian Infracom. There was a press release from Arcadian overnight. They're working with the land department and RDC, and they just mentioned that they're going to be doing a middle mile connection through the Navajo Nation from Phoenix to Salt Lake City and Denver. And it looks like they're going to be allowed expedited processing. So that's a lot of the permitting process. And that would really benefit the Navajo Nation. So there's all of these different types of projects going on around the Navajo Nation, around expanding our network services to, I guess, get our last mile connections to our students, to our workers, and I think as a cyber team, we've just been advocating and making sure things are being done correctly. As we're somewhat of a watchdog when it comes to a lot of these technologies. That way, we know that the Navajo Nation is in the best interest of what we're trying to accomplish, and we want to make sure that things are done right. There's no duplications of services. We just want to make sure that we want to get our students access as fast as possible, and there's different ways of building on what we already have that's existing and just kind of coordinating everything. So that's where we're at as a cyber team. I don't think I don't have anything else to add to that. It's just a real quick report, and if you guys have questions on any of those areas, we can go into more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, NGA, are you on the line? Anyone from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority? Nobody. Hey, colleagues, is there any questions right now? Actually, could I get a motion then? Could I get a motion and accept the report?
Eugene So. Second, Paul Begay.
Motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Paul Begay. That colleagues, any comments, questions? So Livingston and the cyber team.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question to Mr. Livingston is in layman terms. What do we need to do to get internet for our children? As leadership, as still having about $173 million of CARE funding, what can we do to get them the internet that they need to continue their education? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Crotty. There's a lot of different avenues that we can look at right now. We see a lot of different proposals just as you guys do, and we kind of vet them and decide what's good or what's bad, but we don't make the ultimate decisions, but we can just make a recommendation from our end. And, right now, I think Frontier put a proposal in not too long ago, and of course they have the biggest footprint on the Navajo Nation. They provide DSL services to a good portion of the Navajo Nation on Eastern, in the Windrock area, all the way up to Shiprock, all the way down to Kayenta and Tuba City. And for them to have the hugest footprint on the Navajo Nation, I think for us to look at some sort of investment into them would probably be the most beneficial. I think they were asking for two things, right-of-way clearance and permitting. They were also asking about some funding that would go towards their backhaul. And when I say backhaul, that is their connection from Windrock back to Albuquerque, where it would create a bigger pipe where more users can be added or more bandwidth can be given to all of the users across the Navajo Nation. Myself being a Frontier user, I run into issues on a daily basis, especially in the evenings where services aren't fast. And I'm pretty sure everybody's the same way, but they not only provide landline services, they also are starting to provide point-to-point services. I think up in between the Chichimbato and I think the Kayenta areas, they were actually going to be investing $12 million of their own dollars into that area. Also, just a lot of the projects that NCOA has requested for, I guess we'll get more information on that, but I think what they're going to provide is going to be very very beneficial to the Navajo Nation as they already have existing infrastructure. But of course, they're limited. On the eastern side, they don't provide a lot of network services on the eastern side of Navajo, and their network doesn't go completely into to the city just yet. So those are some of the areas. The Verizon was also mentioned. It uses low-lying satellite technology, and if you guys look around here and there across the Navajo Nation, you might see their equipment set up in different locations. I've seen a small Verizon utility trailer just last week in Chinle, and it's near the Department of Corrections office. There's also one in Wonder Rock or near San Benito, but for them to set up equipment like that is good, but then again, they got to think about the type of cell phones that the people have in those areas already. Do people in Chinle have Verizon cell phones? Probably not. More than likely they have NCUA wireless, or they have a cellular one coverage in that area. But Verizon to come in and then provide services in the area where people don't have their equipment, that means they have to go out and buy their equipment again. So there's things like that we got to look out for. There's also Native Innovations providing these type of connectivity services in the Rock Point area too. So there's just a lot of different ways, and I think just to keep a track of all of it. And then one of the other issues is, we can set up all of this equipment, but then the kids don't have rides to get to the chapter house. Their parents are working, or maybe they work out of town. They're staying with their grandparents, and they can't get to the chapter house. That's another issue that I'm seeing. So it's just a lot of different things going on right now, but at the same time, we have a lot of good things happening, such as the 2.85 gigahertz spectrum, and the Navajo Nation giving granted access to all of that. So there's no real quick answer to fixing everything right now, but it's just a matter of us collaborating and working with one another and being open. And I think that would help push along a lot of these initiatives a lot faster, where we have open communications between agencies and us as a nation, and how we're trying to make sure that our students get, not only our students, but our workers get the best access in the fastest amount of time. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, this is Brent from the Department of Education. If I can chime in and also add to answering your question in terms of what do we need internet for our children. There was
That's great. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, there was a recent survey that was conducted by the Bureau of Indian Schools regarding planned schools reopenings. And in that survey, over 55% of Navajo parents indicated that distant learning was their preferred option for their children's education during the pandemic due to health and safety concerns. But what was most interesting is that over 45% of Navajo respondents in the same survey indicated that their children have no access to a home computer, or they must share it with other family members and siblings. And in terms of MiFi devices that are being provided, a lot of our students are in roaming areas. And when you're getting into those roaming areas, the data caps are being maxed out within the first week or the second week, which makes it very difficult for the students to get access to online instructions that are being provided by the schools, or access to resources, downloading documents, or maybe some video tutorials that the school might have implemented in their curriculum. So, in moving forward, I think one of the things that's required today is 25 megs of connectivity up and 3 megs down. And right now, our current providers are in a lot of these locations, our students are getting about 5 megs, 4 megs of connectivity. And with, the stay-at-home orders and everything that's in place, that makes it very challenging for them. We need to expand on those services. I just wanted to chime in and add to Vernon's response to your question, Honorable Crowley. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, if I may, this is Joe Corella. I'm supporting the cyber team from the Magellan Advisors team. I'd like to echo and support what both Vernon Livingston and Brent Nelson have said. Specifically to your question, Honorable Crotty, many of the problems that we see, and I can enumerate the following. There's no or insufficient wireless coverage at home for school-age children. There's a need to travel to a library or a chapter house. There's insufficient numbers of computer devices, maybe improper types, given the wireless coverage. The monthly data caps are quickly met, and there may be speeds throttled or cut off. And the burdens on families in supporting the distance learning or the on-premise school learning. Unfortunately, none of these, I'd like to emphasize that the difference in timeline between some of the cyber team initiatives and the urgency for returning to school this month. The 2.5 gigahertz spectrum auction is a great model for the Navajo Nation to own and control assets and generate income from them, as well as solving problems. However, that's not a solution for September. The back to school problem is, in fact, the distance learning problem is, in fact, much more urgent, and a lot of the initiatives that the cyber team is engaged on will be very, very constructive in the long run, but don't immediately address your needs for distance learning solutions in the next week or two. I think it's important to understand the difference between the urgency of distance learning and telework solutions and the longer-term broadband plan that is in draft and will be delivered in October. Recommendations will be delivered much more quickly than that for an early review. Thank you.
Thank you. That. If there's no other questions or no more responses, we go back to the floor. Any? Everybody in the queue. No one's on the board. Any other comments, questions? Once, twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. So I know Mr. Shorty and your staff helped with the broadband care expenditure plan. What I'm going to ask, Speaker, is if Mr. Perilla, I'm sorry, Joe, if I got your last name wrong, if we could get that document on how to address the immediate need for distance learning. You know, I know that Navajo Nation Cares funding is restrictive. This also should be a call out to our private partners, anyone doing business on Navajo. So Frontier has the biggest footprint. How are they helping our children during this time of need?
Exactly, and I think if I may, Honorable Crotty, I think.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, Madam Chair. Are you done? Madam Chair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, someone muted me. Sorry, I needed to press ***. I'm calling in from a landline because my internet and my service does not work here on the Navajo Nation. But Speaker, because this is an immediate need for distant learning and telework solutions, we need the help from your office to identify all of the providers here on Navajo Nation. They've you know, there's been many years where they have benefited from the Navajo dollar. And so this is our time of need. We need to ask all of these providers who get a Navajo dollar to have a solution for our children. I know that at my home, in my residence, I pay Frontier for a package that they have never been able to provide that type of service for the amount of money that they're charging. And I think it's time that if Navajo people are not getting the service that they're paying for, that we keep these providers accountable. And so I know that's through Mr. Basente's office, but I think that's what we need at this point, is how do we get distance learning? And we'll need the NEB Board of Education to help us in this discussion as they survey the schools. And the schools need to recognize the challenges of their students. And so there is technology. There's a way where you can download lessons onto equipment so that you don't necessarily need Wi-Fi at the moment, but you could work. And when you hit the Wi-Fi area, it'll upload into the network. So I think, and the struggle is real out there for not only our children, but it's our parents who are trying to negotiate how to use this technology, want to give their children, the best education that they can, and looking to the government. I received messages yesterday where, Navajo families were signing up to get services that they may or may not be provided depending on where they're located, and that's an extra bill for a limited income. And so I'm just looking for some immediate relief. I want to thank Delegate Stewart for bringing this up as we were talking about Navajo Cares, and we knew some schools were going to provide Wi-Fi and equipment, but now we're learning after week 3 with schools being in session, hotspots, they're roaming, and it's a double data charge. We know some of the equipment, families are saying we only got one laptop for the whole family. And I know Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton had also asked, how can we support our families? So if that's a hardship, then I think we need to know, okay, we're going to help our families by giving them funding to pay their bill, or is the Navajo Nation going to use her political clout and power to get some emergency internet, whether it's satellite, broadband, smoke signals. We need to do something for our people, and I just need a plan. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue too, Freeland? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, thank you very much for those questions and concerns, Madam Chair McCarty. I guess one of the big things is we can do is the Speaker's office will coordinate not only with yourself, but with the cyber team. And I think one thing is that really get together with all the local individuals that not only the Navajo Nation-based telecommunications companies, but also invite all the other wireless organizations that do have a footprint on the nation. And if that's including Choice Wireless and other outside entities like Sacred Winds, Verizon, Cellular One, and bring them all into one meeting and seeing what the recommendation is and what they're trying to do to help assist with to making sure that all of our kids have some kind of a solution. Actually, not our kids, but they are going to offer some kind of solution or recommendation. And if that's something that's tied in with this FirstNet, then we really need to explore how we can do and how they can assist. And if it's something like what was just done recently in Low Mountain, Honorable Keelan Begay went out there and providing these portable units out to these facilities, and the Navajo Nation utilizing its dollars to help assist in getting that done. I think that's something that we can definitely come up with something. So we'll immediately put that together, Madam Chair, and organize that meeting as soon as possible. Thank you. With that, let me go on down to two individuals and lined up. Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Freeland. And then Honorable Keon too as well. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Crotty, for your advocacy in this area. We I have been sent pictures of kids sitting outside of schools doing their work. And the heat, has been unbearable, as we know. I know in New Mexico, the heat has been at a record high. In fact, this year we broke the record for the whole entire month of August. And so it really is concerning to see these pictures of our children sitting outside of the school just to get access to Wi-Fi. I have also asked questions about chapters. And I can say on the record that with my chapter, there is a lot of fighting going on in my chapter, and we have absolutely no coordination, absolutely no response coming from DCD to try to address this issue. But I have received concerns from people who are saying that they are trying to access the internet, but they're not able to. I know that we do have NTUA there in Shiprock. And I've asked if they have Wi-Fi capabilities, and I believe that they did send me an email at one time informing me that they do have Wi-Fi capabilities. But what I wonder is, with that fiber optic line that's going through Shiprock, why that is not something that we can access for our children. As I understand, that fiber optic line is running up US 64, and I've questioned, why we can't have access to that. And I believe another delegate also stated the same thing in their area as well with that fiber optic line. So I feel like the mechanism or the means for allowing our children to have access to Wi-Fi, and I'm saying children also for our students as well, it's there, and yet we continue just to hear reports coming out saying that we are, that they're working on it. So it's a little bit frustrating to get that information. And I'm glad, Shatilla, Speaker Damon, that you are going to be making that request, and that's something we're going to start moving forward. But I wonder, is there a timeline that we can share with our communities to say by this day that there should be Wi-Fi access and capabilities within our communities? I have NTUA Choice Wireless right now, and it is not the greatest internet service right now. Unfortunately, I signed a contract for 2 years saying that I would pay them for services. I get great services from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning. So many of you probably see emails coming out from me around that time because of the internet service that I get during that time. But, that to me is really unacceptable, especially when you're paying for services and you're kind of expecting something, I guess, a little more. So what I would like to see, or what I would like to ask is, is there a timeline in place? I feel like this issue has been going on for a little bit while now, and we really haven't, I guess, really kind of pushed forward, or we really haven't made any changes yet. So it's a little bit frustrating that we continue to talk about this. We continue to be told that these are the issues. But what I have yet to see is solutions and also a timeline. And I know that should say Honorable Kiel and Bigay, as I always say, he's one of the biggest advocates for broadband. We see emails coming out from him, if not every week, every other week, about broadband and the ideas that he has and what's going on at the federal level. So if we can get something in place, a timeline, I think that will help me understand where we're at. If it's if it's a long timeline, then at least I can be honest with my community and say, it's not going to be for another couple of years that this issue is going to get addressed. I think people want to hear answers now. So with that, I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you.
Hello. Mr. Damon, this is Vernon Livingston. I wanted to sort of answer some of the questions for Amber and then for Newton.
Mr. Livingston, hold on real quick. Is I guess your question referring back to that? I don't have anybody from Choice or anybody from that area, but I guess we can just go back and ask the cyber team for their best interest, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Livingston.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for Amber's question about Frontier having the largest footprint, back in April or May, they lost their tribal liaison who keeps them up to date on all of their ongoings on the Navajo Nation. So they weren't aware of what was going on around the CARES Act until about 3 weeks ago. I made contact. We met with them from the cyber team, and we were able to update them on what was going on. And we requested that they put a proposal in because, like we had mentioned, they have the largest footprint, but of course, their legislation hasn't been approved or their request for funding hasn't been seen yet. So until that happens, as we talk about timelines, it might be another 3 or 4 months out before they can act on anything related to increasing their bandwidth or providing or working on their backhaul services for the Navajo Nation. And then NTUA Wireless pretty much is at the closest or is probably the closest to providing services right away, as their CARES Act funding, I believe, is getting account numbers from DIT. So that should be happening within the next couple of weeks. And we'll start seeing progress from NTUA Wireless inside. One of the problems that had happened with the veto, line item veto for the nation was that ETCs such as Cellular One, Sacred Winds were not given any funding from CARES Act. So that kind of pushed them out of being able to build out on the Navajo Nation. We know that a lot of us have Cellular One phones across the Navajo Nation. So that kind of defeated their proposal and how they can provide their services with their Wi-Fi or even their cell phone to provide internet to the children. I think that kind of shows what our timelines look like. They're all staggered. There's no one real clear timeline. Of course, the Navajo Nation is a large expanse of land that is pretty much hard to just cover in one shot. A lot of these low-lying satellite technologies that are coming about could be a solution. We've also heard of SpaceX. The cyber team has reached out to SpaceX to see what kind of proposals they can put together, as well as Verizon being a short-term, a low-lying satellite technology that will provide internet services to some of the most remote areas on the Navajo Nation where there is no existing copper or fiber lines. So it's just a matter of, I guess, someone initiating them into the plans and then following through with them. So there's really no timeline for one overall solution. It's just a matter of us putting everything together and then creating coordination, and then of course hearing from our legislators and for us cyber team members to provide recommendations and saying, well, this is probably what would be the fastest turnaround for your area. But of course, it's just not one delegate or one chapter asking for these requests. It's pretty much every chapter in having these issues, especially the remote chapters. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker Naabik'iyati, Cyber Team. Good afternoon. I appreciate Shmaya bringing this up, as well as the team looking into, and just thinking of how an issue like this had to be brought up by the carriers, or excuse me, by the pandemic and COVID-19. This is one of many issues that have been unearthed that we face on the nation as far as challenges are concerned, and this is a huge issue. I have remote chapters. I believe it was Mr. Livingston mentioned remote chapters there at the end, but I have remote chapters, and they're struggling. They are really struggling right now. And families are driving up outside the chapters, asking the administrative staff for the wireless passwords. And you have a 6 or 12 meg connection at that chapter, and you put about 3 or 4 cars or 4 families on that connection, and then you have the workers inside. It bogs down that connection at all, and it's really unfortunate. That's what we're facing right now. And I feel I have asked all of my 8 chapters to please share the internet passwords with those families. I have 2 up north, Herfino and Naizi, who are fortunate enough to have hotspots set up by Sacred Wind. The 6 south chapters we're trying to find some challenges and some resources for them. So, looking at potential development infrastructure, we need infrastructure. We need lots of infrastructure. We need more fiber lines. We need more. We need to get a hold of that spectrum. That's what we need to do. I am glad you brought that up, Mr. Livingston. That spectrum is key. That spectrum could really help us a lot. And if we can get onto that spectrum, I know NTU is utilizing that spectrum right now, but if we can utilize that spectrum for purposes of education, that would really help a lot of us, especially in Eastern Navajo. That would really help Eastern Navajo out a lot. There's a signal that goes from Crown Point to the top of Mount Powell, and it can shoot directly east out towards eastern chapters. So if we can get a way to have work with NTU or something about that spectrum, I think that would be very key in helping us a lot. I do have buses that park at areas in the morning, but the limited capabilities of their hotspots are evident. You mentioned the hotspots that were issued by the schools. There's a data cap on those. A lot of kids have already utilized their data caps. Families have already told me that directly. It's a struggle. It's really a struggle. And I'm glad, I don't know if Doty's still on the line, but we haven't even talked about the issue of online learning and how that's such a disadvantage. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but it's a huge disadvantage for a lot of our kids. Every child learns differently, and some learn quicker than others. When you're in a classroom-based setting, you're able to share that information directly across. But we don't consider resources for our special education learners. We don't consider resources for our more gifted learners. And then we also have those who are learning along. But it's really a challenge. I bring this up because I have an aunt who's a first grade teacher at Crown Point Elementary, and I had to really console her about this. She's having a hard time right now with her class. She says about 60% of her class gets the curriculum. The other 40%, she's struggling trying to keep their attention online. And it's unfortunate because that 40% is going to lose out. They're going to be far behind. So we have to look at things like that, the classroom-based setting, as far as online learning is concerned. What are we going to do for our teachers? We need to look at more professional development for them as well. And how I don't even think our teachers were taught to teach online learning. And that's the challenge we're facing. That's the reality of what we're facing out here. I myself have a 6 meg connection. That doesn't do justice for anything or anyone. And I really feel the frustration as well. And I bring this up because my chapters in remote areas, those chapters that are out there in really remote areas, are facing a huge challenge and a huge disadvantage. So I wanted to mention that, Speaker, and talk about the spectrum, talk about the online learning, of course, and of course the classroom-based setting and our teachers. What are we going to do to support them for professional development? I know the answer is probably going to be It's up to the school districts and it's up to the state. But public schools are in need of some sort of assistance as well. If it requires advocacy, if it requires legislation, I don't know, but we need to help our teachers out big time as well. So, Edia, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll run down Honorable Keon Begay, then I'll come back to the cyber team. Okay, Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours.
Chairman, Speaker Damon Chiche, Ado Shananta, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kodo, Naabik'iyati Committee, Kodo need to report it Yagi by the cyber team. As you know, that this particular cyber team was created under one of the legislation that was passed by the current council almost a year ago. Maybe because of this, I don't know, at that time, the anticipation of COVID-19 wasn't even the picture, but there was a need of an overall plan for the Navajo Nation. I'll probably be putting our regulatory commission, though, the telecommunication utility officer on the spot, and then some other program. But there's several legislation that we've passed, and since then we've been asking the Navajo Nation program to provide an assessment across the Navajo Nation, specifically in each of the 110 community. Telephone, broadband, internet, whatever they call it. Naskato Hajo report Ose Hanigope Hazani Eliado certified Elia. And I don't know what more the Navajo Nation needed to do to ask for the assessment across the Navajo Nation in terms of the infrastructure or the technology needed at each of the community. Now, each of the community will also provide it, gives us a picture. One tower at the chapter house will not cover the entire community. It won't, because of the terrain or something, unless if your chapter is less than maybe 5 miles or 4 miles, you're in a better position. But if it's one company and there's other service carriers or other phone that our community members use, then the roaming agreement comes into play. So, I haven't seen any official document to say that, for example, Sanasti or Crown Point or any chapter did up in that's where we probably will give us a picture where are the essential need to get the service in place as a priority. According to CARES Act, I forgot the individual's name that referenced a vetoed item, dollar. ETC that she need to go at Ayahatsi. Cellular One, Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, whoever is willing to do business on Navajo. Now, if you go back, the CMA 1220-A, the number net emergency legislation passed a day. Our Navajo Nation president signed that into law. Expedite developing infrastructure, FirstNet, across the Navajo Nation. How would A be his own Ilya to Hushte donde llego copetil nista dope de nista. So I provided to the council and some of the programs. So hey, you got Utah, you got New Mexico, you got Arizona. They have a plan in place in writing to say that this is how they're going to be improving their self-service infrastructure across the states. Why can't the Navajo Nation have certain document or policies in place? Out of the regulatory is another area that we're, as far as RDC, I know we were working on it. The committee is working on it, streamlining the process. And that's another thing that a lot of the companies hesitate to come to do business because they have to go through so many process. And that's what RDC is working on to make it more simpler, but abide by certain policy that will be in place. So even if we ask NTUA, for example, Lilo Mountain, cellular on wheel, established India. But what I came to understand is that cellular one service provider carry a phone day, cellular one aren't able to still call out or utilize cell service. And what I learned and what NTUA Wireless told me is that they haven't had an agreement for roaming on the Navajo for between NTUA and Cellular One. So these businesses that want to do business on Navajo, they rather have their own. It's probably just like a gas station. You got Chevron and you got Fina the Dalienes. They want to have their own services to dispense gasoline. But could you sell your service? See what these towers has to have their own services. Programs several almost a year ago. If we're still talking about it, there's no services in here. Because we represent each of our chapters. 4 of my chapters have towers, but 4 of my chapters still need at least an additional tower. One of my chapters doesn't have a permanent tower, but it does have a temporary tower. So, ako kwakita asa tao that's a big that's sablaganan hanate ilnish sto hanahot halit a iliat pohonet za arut ani to go inta sto an hit Navajo Nation Council Telecommunication Regulatory Commissioners in the July or June or July in the first meeting at the Yidla. So test Nihilan had a hot little and Hila Quacky Jibin Yen has Agogolat any hit or Sashido Yego be Ahon Bahoni Zenikita Chinso Alseti oh, you should be non-special because cell tower is saying that you still have to have power lines getting to there. You still have to withdraw that land. So in non-nish out of the hotspot that's not effective in a way. It still has to go back to a better towers to be established across the Navajo Nation. Look at even the capital of the Navajo Nation, the powerful nation that this is how much you guys investment in land. We support now that's in the Wall Street. The DR is being invested, but when you come into the Navajo Nation, the capital of the Navajo Nation, we have even so that's how bad it is across our Navajo Nation. That cell service, cell infrastructures, it is in dire need, but what it will take for us to get it done is to have an effective plan by and produced by our program. Dikat in Latin Hay, Niliki Tad, the Dotting, that's it, Hana Nilia, when the Lampeso chose, that's in the Ekota, 8 Donahon, Navajo Nation will be high tech connected totally. So that's where I go back and ask of programs to get there, to get back into the to get back to work and provide us an effective broadband infrastructure plan that the Navajo Nation could be able to adopt and follow that as we go along. So it is with us, Bahanana speaker.
Yeah. You need to renew yours? I don't know, but I saw that. So how fast can I go?
Colleagues, please remember to keep your phones on mute. And anybody that's on the line too as well, staff members, individuals that are calling in, please keep your phones on mute when we're listening to members of the Naabik'iyati committee. Thank you for that, Honorable Kialamge. Let me go back to any response from the cyber team.
Speaker, this is Brent from Department of Education. If I may respond to a couple of questions. First of all, thank you again for those questions and those concerns regarding broadband connectivity and fiber optic lines. One of the things that is probably most needed is what Honorable Kialamge had presented. What is it going to take? I know that with Vernon earlier, he had touched base on the establishing a Navajo broadband office to be the oversight and create the broadband deployment plan on behalf of the nation. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we have here with inside the nation is that we don't have a broadband office. Once an office is established, they could create and execute an implementation for broadband rollouts. And also look for other resources, funding resources. We're talking about CARES Act as one resource, but I think there's other resources that are available out there, such as RDOF, and there's also Reconnect funding that's available, and they're all addressed to rural areas and tribal priorities. Establishing this office in an immediate fashion, that would really help in terms of executing plans and addressing a lot of our middle mile infrastructure. Right now, a lot of the concentration is on last mile. And just as Honorable Freeland had mentioned, in terms of supporting online learning and providing professional development. Connection is going to be very vital. If with these initiatives, it's like tapping into an existing water line that's already maxed out, and you're trying to get the trickles and establish these parking Wi-Fi's. And just as Honorable Charles Nguyen had mentioned, that's what they're experiencing in many of the chapters and many of the locations across Navajo. So with establishing this type of office, the concentration would be really establishing that middle mile infrastructure, creating these fiber optics connectivity. And once you have that established, that's going to help with addressing with a lot of our broadband challenges that's being presented here. So just wanted to add to some of the responding to delegates' questions and concerns. And one more thing that I wanted to add, early on in the pandemic, from March 13th through June 30th, there was a pledge to keep Americans connected that went through from the Federal Communications Company, Chairman Pai. What that did is it actually helped Americans keep connected during the pandemic, and we are still in the pandemic. But some of the services that they had committed to was not terminating any services to any residential or small business customers because of their inability to pay their bills due to the disruptions caused by the coronavirus pandemic. And we are still in pandemic, and we still have families on Navajo that still haven't gone back to work. And just like with Navajo Nation, we're only at 25%, but that's still a challenge of paying those bills. And then also one of the other requirements was to waive any late fees to any residential or small business customers that incurred on the economics related to the coronavirus pandemic. And then also open its Wi-Fi hotspots to anybody that needs them. And I think if the nation could request that from our service providers and continue that pledge, even though it's over for America on June 30th, but here on Navajo, I think it's going to be very vital to help our families out there stay connected and just like eliminating the data caps, to support our distant learning. I think that's going to be very vital in doing such. So I just wanted to provide those responses to the delegates' concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, this is Jason Arvizo with Navajo Technical University. I'd like to address Delegate Freeland's question about Eastern Navajo and the 2.5 gigahertz deployment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and other members of the council. Again, my name is Jason Arvizo. I'm the Vice President Operations here at Navajo Technical University. And Navajo Technical University, through its process and affiliation as a higher learning institution and being able to associate opportunities that involve federal agencies, we were fortunate to acquire the National Science Foundation grant. And through that, we were already working to offer what they call CBMS, which is an offshoot of the 12.5 EBS, that's actually available now. But we were actually already deploying and offering that into the communities which our infrastructure serves. Navajo Technical University has a number of assets, terrestrial assets spread across Eastern Navajo. So we were already actively looking to provide hotspots, but also provide directly into the home services, because we feel that it's good to have a hotspot, but then we're finding that our students were challenged to try to get to those locations. Economically, they have economic challenges, and it takes them some money to drive to a location. So it's best to get them the resources directly in the home. But to actually broaden that service, we were fortunate to get Navajo Nation Cares dollars, and we have two projects that specifically address deploying and widening our service area. We recognize that this has to be done quickly. So rather than waiting to build infrastructure to deploy even at a greater extent, we aligned our coordination with Sacred Wind. Sacred Wind stepped to the forefront. They have a number of terrestrial assets across Eastern Navajo, and now we're going to be looking to extend even further out into the homes and looking to even have access to buses that can transfer within the community to and from schools if need be. So that's what we're currently working on. We have established MOUs already with the vendors that we need to work with. We have the MOUs aligned with the various carriers which we need support from. And we also are adding additional capacity to what we can offer. You know, that's something that's always a challenge too. If you're providing a service, but then you get more and more users actively using it, you know, the service becomes fairly inadequate. But what we've done now is added additional capacity, which, you know, has the ability to route to the west and to the east. So redundancy is also a key factor in what we're deploying soon. And we are right now working, you know, and actively participating in the speaker's coordinated efforts and discussions directly with OMB to acquire our sub-recipient agreements so that we can start to quickly deploy. And we're, like I said, we're pretty much boots on the ground. We have the expertise, we have the installers ready and available, and we have the expertise to monitor and maintain the network operations once it's available and in operation. And we are a higher learning institution too, so we are growing our programs to address those concerns and those needs so that our students can go back into their communities and provide immediate impact or immediate service to deal with the impacts that are coming directly from their locations. That's a real quick update, but you know, we're very appreciative of the Navajo Nation and its efforts to help us deploy. Thank you.
Thank you. That, we go ahead and go on down. Individuals lined up in the queue. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe, can you hear me? Or did I get kicked off?
We can hear you.
I can still hear you, El Guapo.
Can hear you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Otto Stowe. Going once, twice. Honorable Otto Stowe. I see you on the, but I don't hear you. Okay, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker, I do.
Okay, Chairman Yazzie, and then Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, just real quick to the presenters, talking about this broadband issues here, my colleagues. Just into you, just want to know when you guys are going to start expanding your radio station. I think you're the only radio station that plays Metallica at 7:30 in the morning. I heard that through the when I was going into Farmington. So kudos to the DJ to play that metal music early in the morning. So keep up the good work. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie, for that. Thank you very much for that. Those comments, Chairman. That, let me go on down to Honorable Eugene So.
This Bart Valley as shown as in the city. That's my question regards to my grandkids. Is the internet spec going to be fast and where all main-based broadband comes from Harden. Reason why is we have Frontier Wireless, Choice Wireless, HotNet here on the res. We will have different price or different type of package charging so much from one company to another. If we were to check on internet for internet company, we see this, it was send a picture, but we have to ask ourselves, is this for here on the reservation where we live? Will it be speed? So we got to take these into consideration before Navajo Nation spend so much on it. I know for sure these are going to all Navajo Nation buildings and college, and they have the money for the money. But what about us residents, and companies, communities in our homes? So they say if they download speed, if I were to watch YouTube, if it's good connection, it will not stop. I will watch YouTube or a movie or a video with it not stopping or chopping up. The speed internet is how we will have connection to our servers. So with the towers or cable lines. If we don't have good connection, it will chop up, freeze a movie video or even a classroom Zoom session for school and college. Example, my grandson was saying that the next college instructor only did 3 Zoom sessions with his class, and he told them he will see them next week. He's out of his data empty. He already used it up for the month he paid for. So if that company he is with, so how will they help students? They should help all the instructors of the next college and set them up a movie with good connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. So that, let me go back. Questions, comments from the cyber team. I don't know who wants to handle the Metallica question and the using up the data question.
Hello?
Hello? Mr. Chair, this is again Jason Arbizo with Navajo Technical University.
Yes.
Directing the question to Delegate Yazzie. Sure, we'll open up each morning with Metallica and endorse it every morning directly to him. Regarding Speaker or Delegate So's question, asking about capacity, the 2.5 spectrum has essentially 3 different channels, and based on how close you are to where the service is coming from, your capacity or your connectivity will then be, it should be like at 100 megabits per second download or upload, and then 50 megabits, and then 25 megabits at the far end. And it has the capability of reaching out as far as 10 to 15 miles. So it's wireless. That's why I mentioned it has the capability of shooting a signal to a moving bus. And those are the things we'll test. But we are actively testing each of those channels to see how sufficient the throughput is for each one. And we're gathering this data so that we can because we know that the Office of Vice President is submitting an application to the FCC to acquire the 2.5 gigahertz. So we're providing him that data to see if it's available or he can use it in the application process as well. Thank you.
thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Everybody else in queue, no text messages. Once, twice.
Hello,
I have a comment, Vernon, from the cyber team.
Let me go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty first. Madam Chair?
Thank you. I may have missed it. So if we have $173 million in CARES funding, what do we need to do to help our children? That's all I need to know so I can make the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
That I will refer back over to the cyber team.
Hello, this is Vernon again. I can partially answer that question, and then I'll probably defer some of that to some of my cyber team colleagues. But I also wanted to make note that during the build-out of all of these infrastructure projects, as well as these water projects, one of the things that we're incorporating into our Broadband Act policy is to have a dig once policy where if there's going to be a new line installed for additional conduit to be placed, even if it's just a conduit without anything, what the conduit would be for fiber, whether it's for aerial poles or for underground build-out of water infrastructure. And that's what our broadband also includes. So as far as a dollar amount, I think one of the things I would recommend is just to reinstate the ETC's request for funding. I think an amount of $15 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Oh, hold on, Honorable Brown. Is there anybody else that would like to tackle that question from Madam Chair Amber Crotty? From the cyber team, or anybody else that's on the line?
This is, hello?
Yes.
This is Joe Corella again from Magellan. I think some of the suggestions that Honorable Crotty made about convening, and it may have been someone else, I apologize for not knowing the voices. It may have been someone else. The idea of convening a meeting with all the providers and then piggybacking on some of the ideas that Brent has suggested, for instance, asking them to voluntarily comply with waiving some of the limits for broadband services, whether it's eliminating data caps, whether it's even being as bold as asking for the donations of devices and MiFi hotspots. I think it requires focused attention, and I think the cyber team needs to be tasked, or task force needs to be created specifically to address the questions of telework and distance learning urgently. The second item, as Brent suggested, hopefully enabled by the implementation of the Broadband Act, is to create a broadband office whose primary focus is to create that. The first
point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, point of privilege, and Chair. Hold on. Colleagues,
I'm sorry. Can somebody mute their phone?
Mute the phones. I'm hearing the Budget and Finance Committee on the other line.
That was my point, Speaker, that somebody wasn't muting their phone, and I hear the background more than I hear the presenter.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That continue on, sir.
This is Joe Corella. I'm assuming you have the floor. Again, I think there's some immediate tasks that should be initiated by the nation, convening that group of providers, asking them to voluntarily comply with the tenets of the Keep America Connected pledge that Brent Nelson earlier said had expired in June 30, but they can voluntarily choose to eliminate data caps. They can voluntarily choose not to suspend service, number one. Number two, it may be good to task a small task force, maybe it's the cyber team as a whole or a subset of them, to convene that group of providers and be as bold as to ask them for contributions of devices and MiFi. Again, that is a contribution in kind and maybe not funded necessarily by CARES. And I think the third point, longer term, is the Broadband Act enabling these kinds of broadband infrastructure so that there is a group tasked with delivering that should be considered as part of that Broadband Act. But the urgent items, Honorable Crotty, I think is to convene a group, designate a task force, so that the other team all are contributing, but they also have full-time jobs within the Navajo Nation. And I think we need to designate and task them with coming up with solutions.
This one,
we've discussed lots of problems, but we have not necessarily discussed a timeline solution. Even 2.5 gigahertz is not an immediate solution to the distance learning problem. And as the father of a teacher, I might add that the method of pedagogy changes. How you distance teach and how students distance learn is very different than in person. And we need to consider those factors as well, and perhaps training for teachers, if I might be so bold. Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else want to add on to that? If there's nothing. Okay, let me go back to the board. Honorable Brown.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the presenters on Cyber Team. Actually, that was my apologies to my colleagues and everyone listening. I'm trying to multitask here, listening to Budget and Finance Committee as well. With that, my question to the Cyber Team is, I know previously I've met with Frontier and N2A, Choice Wireless, and others. My specific question is more, it seems like, and I'm having the same experience. I have Choice Wireless in my house, but it's really slow. I usually get off on my Zoom meetings and I get cut off and I have to re-log on. I have to disconnect when I call technical support, all that fun stuff, even though after I purchased the upgraded version also last month, and I'm still having some of the same issues. So I could imagine a team, a family of 3, 4, 5 kids trying to log on and take classes with wireless connection broadband from these cell towers seems to not be sufficient enough to carry more than even just my 2 computers that are going and on these calls trying to download documents. And so my question is, what's the process look like to use landlines? I know here in Danahuto, I just met with a family last week, and they tried everything. It seems like wireless is not the way to go. It's what they were telling me with all the students. They had to relocate 2 of their high school students to Kayenta during the day to log on while their auntie was at work. And then when she got off work, they went back to Chochimbito and stay there alone in the evening in one of the grandparents' house. But the family lives here in Danahuto because there's 3 other kids here. So people are relocating their children and they're worried about their safety. So this is real to us as the Navajo Nation Council, that our families are making these sacrifices. And actually, I was just at getting gas at the Danahuto C-store, and I saw a family in a blue minivan. I took a picture of them. They had a blanket over their windshield, and the back hatch open, and the doors are all open. And there's a kid in there with the earphones on. I'm pretty sure he's taking his classes. And mom is also on the internet. And I think there's children back there, and I didn't want to intrude so much on their class. I actually wanted to talk to them. There were some students hanging out there, but I had to rush back home to make sure I'm charging my batteries here for these multiple calls. But so we're seeing this, and our families are being faced with this. So it seems like landlines are key, and in order for landlines to be put to or given to as many households as possible, we would have to use into a telephone pole or the power line poles. And my understanding that there's a couple different issues with, so some issues that arise is with the telephone poles that there has to be a right-of-way payment. And how much is that to NTUA? And since the right-of-way and art clearances and all of those have been done, and so what happens is the telephone company, Frontier, and I understand that they're going out of business, but they would have to pay NTUA fees on that. And the other thing is, on the Navajo Nation, some of these cell phone towers, the nation is not charging them taxes. What does that look like? And how can we recoup some of these funding? If we want to use the CARES Act funding, I think landline would be the fastest way. My understanding, having met with some of the cyber individuals last Friday, I was told that giving broadband, Wi-Fi, wireless internet to homes is not any time in the near future. We would have to wait a little bit longer. Our families would have to wait a little bit longer. It would only go to some of the chapter houses. But then again, that would be the same problem that our families are facing. They would have to be parked outside in the heat, but here in the desert, it gets pretty cold. This morning it was 46 degrees when I went walking, and then now it's close to 100 degrees. So we can see the fluctuation here in the desert, and this is what our families are facing. So I don't know what any way we can think creatively to bring wireless service. And maybe the other thing would be, can we just have 25% of the students be back? Maybe a classroom could happen of 5 in the cafeteria, and then maybe 20 in the gym and some outside, and just be set up. Because right now we have empty classrooms, and they have AC, they have heating. It's a great shelter. That's what it was designed for. What is that going to look like? And maybe other buildings in the local areas that are not being used. How can we use some of these facilities to bring in some of these students? And I know that we have some of our students who are special needs. I was in contact with some teachers who were doing home delivery and home visits also. So these are some things that we hear from our teachers that are driving around in their own vehicles doing home visits and checking on their students. So I know our teachers have reached out to me trying to deliver and purchasing their own school supplies for students also. And I think that's that's an entirely different subject. So Wi-Fi, if we can use, I think the best way, I know it might be further than the 100 days we have left, is to get landlines to some of these families, these houses. If the nation can use the CARES Act funding for this, what does that look like? I'm not sure if someone asked that question yet, but thank you if you can respond to bringing landline and what that would look like, how much that would cost. Is that feasible in the long run? What would that look like? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Brown. Let me go to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll go back to the team. Chairman So.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Speaker Damon chairing the Naabik'iyati committee meeting. Otto, members of the committee, Navajo Nation Council members, Otto, the presentation on this broadband. I guess the main thing is, if we're claiming Navajo sovereignty, then I don't think the Navajo people ought to be surrendering their airspace to anybody. In fact, the service providers ought to be paying us to use our airspace. As I stated before, way back in the 90s, there was one entity given a monopoly. And at the time, I don't think the council ever really understood the aspects of what cell phones could do and what it's taken on in this aspect. And I think it's time that the Navajo Nation Council, on behalf of the sovereignty of the Navajo people, we need to take back our airspace. And in that respect, truly, the consumers or Navajo people that use these services provided by all the named entities, they shouldn't have to pay state fees, state taxes on that service. In fact, is it time to institute a Navajo fee in regard to these service providers? Throughout the years, each of the service providers have been treated differently. One, the land lease has been afforded them, some without charge, some with a charge, but in that regard, similar to laying a line across the land, a right-of-way for their service to be able to generate a base, tax base such that the Navajo Nation can expand the services in conjunction with service providers. Certainly what the cyber team has brought is commendable, but I think the council needs to go forward and build upon what has been presented. So in that aspect, I differ with Delegate Brown that landlines are cheaper. Broadband services, once we figure out all the legal aspects, it would be at the click of a button. So that is what we have to basically look at. Perhaps a click of the button of all the service providers. So right at this point in time, our DIT is experiencing problems, and so that's where we have to enhance the Navajo Nation capabilities, and through these fees, I think is something that we have to look at. Certainly, the broadband services, folks will say, hey, I got this lease, I got this thing. Well, this is a new day. Starting today, December 3rd, 2020, we retake our sovereign airspace. And from this day forward, then there will be new negotiated service. That's the way I think the council ought to proceed. Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me talk on this issue. I've been going back between the NABI meeting and the BNF committee meeting because the BNF is addressing the departments and divisions that are under the has oversight. So if I miss some votes, there is a reason for missing some of the votes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. So, those questions, well, actually more comments. Yeah, questions too as well there. With that, let me go back to anybody from the cyber team want to address that?
Question of privilege. This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. I need to know how much money does the Navajo Nation still have in our COVID donation? Last report was about $7 million, and CJY-52-20 approved that the emergency management could utilize those dollars for to help with the preparedness, emergency response, and recovery of COVID. Our children are not at school because they're staying safe. I'd like to know that amount because I'd like to make a directive that emergency management look to immediately fund relief for our students. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question. As a follow-up, last from the last Naabik'iyati Committee special session we had regarding the budget, there was a request to ask the Department of Justice or anybody that was in the command center what was the status of the donations and how much were they. How much was actually left in there? We did ask the Department of Justice that question, and I'll give it to you. I'll turn it over to Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question, Delegate Crotty. As a speaker had mentioned, an email was sent over to the Attorney General requesting for to be prepared to provide a report to NABI regarding the donations. She did provide a response, and I forwarded that out to all of council members. She said that, just for context, that all monetary donations go to the Office of the Controller, and the Office of the Controller has been providing weekly updates to the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the monetary donations. DOJ does not have any independent accounting of the monetary donations, and they're deferring to the Office of the Controller regarding that question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Who's this?
This is Joe Corella from the Dillon Advisors again. I'd like to respond to, I believe, Honorable Crotty and to Honorable Keon Begay. Our plan on delivering the broadband plan, Magellan Advisors, to the cyber team is as follows. I'd like to be a little specific on the timeline.
Hold on, sir. Let me clear. There's still a question of privilege that's out there. So, Madam Chair, we'll get the confirmation. Follow up on that question. I don't know if the controller is on the line. Madam Controller? Or anybody from the controller's team, Mr. Willie? Because it seems like in the response from the Department of Justice, that question was kicked over to the controller's office and stating that the controller knows how much dollars are actually in the the monetary amount of the donations. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy will work on that question and be answered again here shortly when the controller gets back on. I know she's currently on the other line right now with the department or with the Budget and Finance Committee, or listening in on that side. So as soon as she jumps back on, I'll turn it over to her. So let me go back to the responses to my colleagues, and anybody from the cyber team, go ahead and take over now in that response.
Hey, this is Joe Corella for Magellan Advisors in support of the cyber team. Our intention is to deliver a set of recommendations on the broadband plan in draft to the internal cyber team members not later than mid next week. We will be proposing an internal review with the cyber team to assess the feasibility of all our recommendations. Included in the recommendation is a complete estimate of what it would take to bring broadband to almost all of the Navajo Nation. That is not a short-term initiative, clearly. Our goal is to have a complete broadband plan on the table for internal review by the cyber team and an NTU by the end of this month. And as mentioned earlier, that plan will be distributed more widely in October. I would like to ask, and I'm not sure what the protocol is on this, how can, in October, we as the cyber team make a presentation, including a PowerPoint summary of the plan, which is many, many pages, to a subset of the Naabik'iyati? I apologize if I mispronounced that, or a subset of council members, so we can look for support and guidance. I would like to ask for council's consideration on that. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, Honorable Brown or Chairman Daniel So's insight? Anybody want to respond?
Speaker David, this is Brent from the Department of Education.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, in answering Honorable Brown's question in terms of the processes and using the landlines that's available, and expanding on that, right now, there's, the movement in technology is really moving towards wireless. The landlines that have been in place are pretty much the expanding of those landlines are pretty much have come and gone. I think the highest that landlines can support right now is DSL connectivity, and that's going into the household. And some years back, Frontier was the only provider that could provide those landlines, so those are still existing. But expanding on those would require pretty much pretty much getting those old lines out and putting those new lines in to support the higher capacity of connectivity, which is fiber. So, that is still an option, yes. But the problem is that you're still going to be having issues of oversubscriptions, which is happening now on Navajo. So, using those DSL connection speeds, which is minimum 10 megs, but on the nation we're measuring about maybe 1 meg to half a meg, and that's on a busy day, which is not sufficient enough to support students or even telecommuters or really just browsing the internet for anything. And right now, one of the other things that Honorable Brown had mentioned was students going back into the classrooms. There's a meeting that's taking place right now with Navajo Nation Board of Education, and and part of their agenda was really addressing that, the e-learning initiatives and their proposals. So they'll be providing a response here shortly and making it available to the public in regards to the e-learnings and face-to-face school environments. So that will be forthcoming. I think Chairman So had an interesting, an interesting comment regarding to airspace. I know that we were talking about the CBRS spectrum, the 2.5. The potential market value and the consumer surplus value of that is really of greatness, because right now the estimated value of CBRS ranges from 7.5 to 15.6 billion, and the estimated annual consumer surplus of CBRS ranges from 8 billion to 26 billion. So the estimated net present value of consumer surplus ranges from 80 billion to 260 billion. So having the nation pursue getting that EBS spectrum and having that control of the nation for those spectrum licenses is going to be of great value, as I had shared with the potential market value of that spectrum. I know that we are in challenging times regarding funds flowing into the Navajo Nation, but having these licensures will create a lot of other opportunities, funding resources to the nation. So I just wanted to add that to the response of Chairman So's comments regarding paying for our airspaces and the value of that spectrum. So thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. With that, we go back to the board. No individual chairman is. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. So what I would like to just kind of mention is that my brother, Honorable Begay, has been very much involved in FirstNet broadband. We're all pretty much aware of that. So we've been meeting for over a year, about a year now. And like you said, it was barely passed, this Telecommunications Commissions. Prior to that, we had met many times with Vertical Bridge. Vertical Bridge is doing an inventory throughout the Navajo Nation, such as what Honorable Daniel Sosanaya yesterday. And this Vertical Bridge conducted quite a bit of the inventory, and I believe it's almost done. There were a lot of co-locators on towers, water towers, and other towers that were owned by other companies, and they're not paying the nation. So one company owes the Navajo Nation approximately $1.9 million. And currently, the regulations were all pretty much written in reference to the industry standards. Deregulations. So a lot of these cell companies, $1 million companies that we have on the nation, will not just get away with conducting business without accounting for it. Some of them need to register with RBDO, and we're at that level where Vertical Bridge is doing that inventory, and how many others on the nation are conducting business without any registration with the nation. So all that will be corrected, and I'm glad that I believe that we're going to, now that we're really moving along with all this CARES Act funding, broadband being the front and center as well, I believe RDC will schedule a leadership meeting with Telecommunications, an update from Vertical Bridge, and really look at this telecommunications regulations and move it forward now. It is that time, and it's time to move this forward. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Let me go on down to Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Speaker, the Chairman of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Hello, Naabik'iyati Committee meeting, Shananta. Hello, the presenters on this report. Appreciate the information as always. It gives us an opportunity as leaders to examine, the issues at hand, and also helps us to sort out what the issues are, as well as focus on solutions and possible solutions. So I appreciate that this time is headed in that direction. Just wanted to say that first of all. Although, like all my colleagues, we represent communities, chapters. So in the chapters, people of all walks of life, the diversity in our communities, populations, those that have nice homes and nice vehicles, and then those that do not have that, those that have really good incomes, those that have very little or none. And of course, our communities, they're out there, and they also enjoy some of the development and the growth that is going on each day, each month, each year. Notwithstanding the CARES Act money, we have CARES Act funding, tremendous amount of resources that we have at our fingertips, which will enable us to address some of these long-standing problems and challenges. So I wanted to just kind of align my views in that respect. And I want to just also say that anytime we're talking about youth, then again, you're talking very young children, all the way from infancy, like our elders would say, those that are born at this morning, the time of dawn, from there, they're all learners, they're all students. We're all students. Speaker.
Yes.
This is Thomas Walker. I got bumped off the call here for a bit, so I'm back. So, is there something wrong with the system? I keep hearing noises and dial tones and that.
No.
Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So, talking about student learners of all ages, Joe Christ, I feel that we could have again another session like this with stakeholders, at the table, DODI, BIE. Then of course we're discussing about the industry, the wireless communications technology industry that's either government or non-government that we rely on for services, especially now during this time where virtual learning and distant learning is the main thing we have to rely on for our schools and our children. If we can focus on collecting DODI and their audience, their attention, BIE, though the industry, and of course leadership, to further talk about this.
I think each those that I listed or mentioned, they all have something to offer towards this discussion. Even now. So I want to make my comment. I want to make those comments. There's a lot of interference here. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. Can I, why was at the same time? It sounds like delegates are on the budget and finance meeting and then also on NABI, and they keep interfering with each other.
Colleagues, sorry for these technical difficulties. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry, Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, did you? I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I couldn't hear. I lost you. I lost it. We lost everything here in the chambers. Did you? Were you still wanting to finish up, Vice Chair Walker?
Chair. So the distraction really just threw me off. My train of thought is lost also. But thank you for the time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Speaker. I don't know if you heard my comment when I asked why we have two meetings going on at the same time, budget, finance, and then also Naabik'iyati. It sounds as if there are just some delegates who are trying to be on both calls, and they're interfering with, I'm just going to assume it's both meetings. And it's a little bit, I guess, disturbing, especially when you have people talking and, that comes on. I want to believe that it's just, a mistake, because I heard earlier Honorable Nate Brown, say that he was sorry, he had his phone on, but, we keep hearing this interference. And I'm kind of almost wondering if other, people who are doing this, I guess, as a means to be disruptive to Naabik'iyati. And I know that your staff can see who is talking, and your staff can see where those noises are coming from. I've seen it, so I don't understand why your staff is not sharing that information so we're aware who is causing this disruption. So I just want to make that point known. I know that they do that with Honorable Kial and Bigay. They've done that a couple of times now to Honorable Walker. They've done that to myself, Honorable Crotty. I think it's just really, disrespectful. And if it's a delegate that's joining it, then Speaker, I think part of your responsibility is to maintain order in this committee meeting. And part of that is to remind these delegates, whoever is joining, if it is a delegate, that they could be subject to not speak during this time if they continue to cause this disorderly behavior. So I just want to remind you, Speaker, of your responsibility, and then also let people know that it is disrupting. And colleagues, you can go onto Uber Conference, onto the Navajo Nation, and it pulls up everybody who's on this meeting, and you can see for yourself who is talking, and then where the noises are coming from. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind everyone that unfortunately today's one of those days that we can't log into Uber Conference to follow it. I'm just following this one-on-one with just a regular cell phone right now. I can't see today, and the reason why is because when we log on through here, we can't log on because of the servers down. So unfortunately, I don't have that capacity today, Madam Chair. So thank you for that request again, and that's what we usually
Speaker, I can monitor from my phone. Thank you.
Okay. But thank you for that. With that, colleagues, just as a response and more of a request to everyone, please be respectful of everyone that's on the line. It doesn't matter if it's a delegate or a staff member. Please be respectful. And I know that there's between both calls and between everything that's going on right now, I can't control if the system acts up. And if the system acts up, like right now, there's individuals say they're speaking online, but there's no one speaking except for myself, I hope. But I just want to say thank you, everyone, for being a part of the discussion again here today. More importantly, thank you for trying to resolve some of these issues and getting forward. And I think that's what we're here to do today. So with that, colleagues, please be respectful, everyone that's on the line. Please be respectful of the individuals that are talking. And if you are on two different calls, which many of us are, most, if not all the time these days, please make sure to mute your phone, mute your other phones, mute your computers, mute all your devices while anybody's talking, just when you want to respond to a question or if you have a question. Again, thank you, everyone, for being on the line today again. With that, colleagues, let me go back over to the response for my colleagues. We just now had some questions and some concerns to the individuals that are part of the discussion from the cyber team. Does anybody have a response? If there's no response, is there anybody that would like to respond?
I'm sorry if I could trouble you. Could I missed the question from Honorable Brown?
It's actually Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
I apologize.
Vice Chair Walker, I don't know if you want to respond. Vice Chair, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Speaker Damon, this is Brent from Doty. I can provide a little bit of response to Vice Chair Walker's comments in terms of the youth and also Doty BIE collaboration presenting support for e-learning initiatives.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you again, and thank you again, Delegate Walker, for your concerns and your questions regarding Doty and BIE collaborations. Right now, we're having weekly meetings with a lot of our tribal school leaders on all entities across Navajo and addressing e-learning. There's been ongoing plans in terms of providing distant learning support. Each school is actually creating support plans, phone numbers and emails, and providing as much assistance to parents out in our communities, and then also to students. So those are ongoing initiatives that are taking place now. Again, the challenges is really what's been shared throughout this meeting. There's data caps that that's been a big issue, and there's families that still are having issues in terms of making payments to support their students' connectivity to the schools. There's also challenges in terms of e-learning platforms. You know, a lot of our schools are using different applications, such as Canvas, such as Office 365, and then also Google Classroom. And that creates a huge challenge in terms of providing support when you have various platforms for various schools. So again, those are being addressed, and there's ongoing support and meeting that's happening not only with the tribal leaders but also with the staff at the school level and providing that support. And Doty's actually been engaged in a lot of these discussions, not only for the health and safety portion of it, but also addressing a lot of the telecom broadband needs. And one of those is using E-rate as an example. You know, how E-rate works is really it's a reimbursement program. And right now, our schools can be reimbursed 90% if they apply for E-rate. The benefit out of that is that right now, with our current environment, you know, we're seeing our providers provide quotes of connectivity that is pretty high. A good example would be like if you had 10 megs of connectivity, the monthly recurring charge on that is about $3,000. So you times that by 12 for 1 year, you know, that's a pretty steep cost. And then you times that by X amount of centers and schools, you know, the bill is pretty high just to get decent connectivity. So we're always looking at different solutions such as E-rate to help with cost to where now the schools only are responsible for 10% of that cost to support their students in online learning, and even just to bring the higher capacity that's needed at schools. And right now the ratio for education is for every student, there should be 1 meg of connectivity. So if the school has 100 students, for an example, that would be, the minimum would be 100 megs of connectivity. But again, if you have pricing of $3,000 per month for a meg of connectivity, you know, it makes it almost impossible for a lot of our organizations and schools to really have the resources to support that higher capacity. So I just wanted to provide that response in terms of Vice Chair Walker's comments and regarding the collaboration and supporting of E-rate or e-learning using broadband services. Thank you.
And hello.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Joe Corella from Magellan again for the cyber team. E-rate is strategically important, and the council should understand in two significant ways. First off, as Ben suggests, they do provide subsidies for operating costs on a recurring basis. Strategically, however, if we are fortunate enough to have the Navajo Nation funded for the E-rate build that covers, for which the USAC funding will cover 90% of the costs, strategically we can also overbuild that by adding additional fiber alongside the construction cost. So the marginal cost of additional fiber and last mile services to bring broadband to areas beyond schools and libraries is very important strategically for the nation. that's a longer term event, but E-Road is a cornerstone of the proposed build. Thank you.
With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue. Nobody text messaging. Going once.
Speaker Damon.
Twice.
Daniel So.
Chairman So, go ahead.
Regarding, thank you, Speaker Otto, members of the NABI committee, and our cyber team. In follow-up and reaction to Brett Nelson's explanation on this higher capacity broadband, perhaps it's like many layers of a cake. The first few layers, we gave Cellular One monopoly. Then there's been other layers coming across. But with this new broadband capacity, is that particular capacity, is that the part where we claim airspace sovereignty? People want to use that particular capacity broadband level, then the Navajo Nation ought to be collecting a fee or a tax from those providers and those folks that use that particular level capacity. That's the new thought that I'm looking at and thinking about. And could the cyber team, I guess, flush out that idea even more? Mr. Speaker, Chairman Damon, that would be what I'd place before the Naabik'iyati committee. Thank you.
From Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Thank you. If there's nobody else, I can go back to the cyber team. Go ahead.
Strategically, I think you're exactly right. The ownership and the governance of spectrum and wireless generally over the Navajo Nation is something that we're going to be recommending the NNTRC to strengthen its oversight and governance. Part of that is through the Broadband Act. But the strategic importance, for example, of the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum that was referenced earlier by Mr. Orbizo from the Navajo Technical University and working that pilot program with Sacred Wind is strategically an excellent model for the Navajo Nation asserting the ownership of spectrum and generating income in recurring fees from the use of that. There's no reason that the NNTRC shouldn't consider its options in exploring increased sovereignty and governance over all of the wireless spectrum currently used. There are contractual issues, of course, but certainly the nation may have an opportunity to revisit some of these things if appropriately authorized. I think the idea of fees and additional usage fees from the provider just for the rights to use the spectrum is certainly an additional revenue opportunity the nation should explore.
Right, thank you. With that, there's anybody else on the wanting to speak on this discussion? My colleagues, if there's none, going once, going twice, going three times, that go to board.
Speaker, I'm trying to get off mute. As a member of the cyber team had suggested, could we give the cyber team the additional authority to explore the aspects of the Navajo Nation developing I don't know the appropriate word, a cyber fee for all the airspace usage over Navajo Nation lands. How would I do that? You want me to motion to issue a directive? Just have to speak to them.
Well, my question first, before we go down that path, is this. To the cyber team, I don't know, Mr. Livingston or whoever, Mr. Nelson, I know there's a group of you that are advocating from certain different departments. My question to you is, has your plan of operation been adopted?
This is Mr. Corella from Magellan Advisors. No, we have not had it adopted. If I may offer, the cyber team and Magellan, if appropriately tasked, could support the analysis of how the NNTRC should increase its oversight of and possibly leverage its authority in wireless usage over the nation. I think the NNTRC is most properly positioned to do that with cyber team support. So I'm not sure what the motion would be, but I think to clarify the entities, it would be my opinion that the NNTRC is best positioned to do that with the support of the cyber team and, if appropriate, Magellan and other entities. Thank you.
So I guess back to Chairman Daniel. So I don't know if it'd be a directive to the cyber team, because the cyber team is, I'm not too sure, just clearly outstating their plan of operation hasn't been developed. I don't know if they're still in like an ad hoc form or a task committee or task force that just been working together. The directive, I don't know, would be each one of their different departments, and then their individual directors would have to implement that, or if we do put a directive to Department of Information and Technology, or the other suggestion is Telecoms Commission.
May I add and clarify, perhaps?
Yes, go ahead.
I think there was a reference earlier to a proposed Broadband Act that has been submitted for preliminary review. One of the tenets of that Broadband Act, if enacted, is to formalize the cyber team as an entity tasked with broadband activities, among many other things. Right now, the cyber team is informal and not necessarily empowered to take specific action. We can work in a collaborative role and we can work in a consultative role, but they're not tasked nor authorized as an entity of the nation. So as parts of what you'll see in the broadband plan is exactly that we're recommending the enactment of the Broadband Act, which needs to be examined, that would formalize the cyber team. But in the immediate term, it seems to me there are two tasks that are urgent. One, some task force or subset of the cyber team should be immediately tasked to come up with distance learning and telework solutions for the nation as broadly as possible. focused on that. And the second is to support perhaps the NNTRC in the oversight and governance of wireless communications over the Navajo Nation. It might require a working session to clarify this, but all of those kinds of recommendations are embedded in our upcoming broadband plan. But specifically, the cyber team does not exist as a formal entity to my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker Kiala.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Honorable Chairman Daniel. So what is your request then?
Speaker, again, I feel like the motion and the second to accept the report, I'd like to ask the moving parties to do exactly what the gentleman from Magellan has recommended. And let's look at in a very quick manner, look at the enactment of a broadband act that encompasses all the recommendations, and then also for the cyber team to present their broadband plan to the appropriate committees, so that each of the committees will know exactly what the proposed Broadband Act will entail, the Navajo Nation Broadband Act. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, Honorable Eugene So, there's a request to modify your motion to include a directive on two different parts. And we can get that in writing. And we'll work together, Speaker's office will work together with individuals from Magellan to get this thing, if this passes. Eugene, so you good?
Yeah, go ahead. Peter.
Honorable Paul Begay, second.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, with that.
Chairman, Speaker comment.
Directive to work with Magellan. And we can get that information from the cyber team. Can you contact, work together with Byron Shorty and Ms. Lashana So? Maybe right after this, we can get that information together so we can have a more, like you said, a more follow-up meeting in order to execute some of this direction as well. Moving on down, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Just have a better clarification. Daniel, so motion lagi, I don't have a problem with that. Remember, cyber team established India. They during the time when we were doing the assessment request for FirstNet. The FirstNet, this I think was back in December last year or year before. Cyber team, now, where Magellan comes in is the 8 Asati Koche Land Department, Mr. Halona's office, and then there's other area, the Creek Machine, I think last week or this Wednesday, we did get there's a project that was approved that was going to go through the Navajo Nation on the western portion of the nation. So going back to cyber team, the quick shipage beton, tato shift beton, a crocodile, or the job has only public airways now, or Kadit and Nadi Nishnabati. So where does our regulatory commission, the regulatory office, comes back into play? And then as the oversight, could go RDC, this spectrum, Niniki, to end that FCC, a added Sato, AD Ego between Chizin, Lindy, the Sato ends, the Hugh of the opinion that no need. Jo hat ni go ekodona be hot 8 aitan yen insos na ako ada sing hit on ya go push in the ecodo the regulatory commissioners it actually has on that it had the RDC the oversight committee that it up in understood this jo hat the ni ako at the ocean ashan at only shipping is machine now, be Hoto, Aquagin, Nedon Hatching in those Neshat or Hada, Shibilagana, Adata, and then Hayim Obich teacher or Quagibate, not all this 40 me. Ola, what Edo, Honan had been deep Quaggy, Stant, no sending a job, I could not see. So we're really giving some authority to a non-Navajo to do certain things on behalf of the Navajo Nation. What age a queen Nahash Ashli Rahash like what they have on it, the door programs, the door they have that all like yeah, okay, so could you start teaching Hajan? RDC member chairman, I don't know if you have a statement. I mean, like I said, I mean, if it's okay with the RDC members and by the vote, by the committee, I guess we'll go in that fashion. But nonetheless, everything will have to go back to the RDC, if not to the Navajo Nation Council, which is okay. What would be recommended? Because these are only to report the Gigi or directed to give the Bakasi, so Steve, if you guys could consider that,
Thank you, Honorable Calumbier, for that insight and leading us, making sure that we're following what we passed in council prior to as well. At this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Comment, questions?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
this is Norbert Nez. Can I make a few comments?
Yes, hold on, Mr. Nez. Is there anybody else, any colleagues before I go back to the cyber team?
Delegate Nez here, Speaker Damon.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you. Rosa Talia Hatziki, Honorable Kialam Begay. Adena, this issue of cyber, telecommunications, all of it, broadband, has been brought before RDC many times. So RDC is very well knowledgeable of the direction that the nation needs to go. Currently, there's going to be some data information that will be sent to us from Vertical Bridge, but regulations Mike Colon of a shop door, General Land Development Department there. They have these documents. Kuchini Neliki Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, baby. Ochiki, Handef to Ashted, not so, but your Hondo, Nis, a con that the Bikede RDC, but your Honado, Niso, ye Lado says, Hodoni. A co art, a had it, a hiki, a conne, a co, a quaggy hot asset kitchen and Anna Seneke, a co. Could you I dabinate Nishiki? I be kicked on their hot out or less or hot air date. Nene, actually, a hot in the I dabinate Nishto. Could you? And they ended that they had their first meeting. I don't invite and hit your report day, but now they're beginning to move forward. So they're going to have to really review this telecommunications regulations for the Navajo Nation. The Kede RDC is going to have to approve those regulations. Will probably more than likely make some amendments to help them as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, let me go back to the cyber team.
Mr. Speaker, this is Norbert. If I may.
Go ahead, Norbert.
Okay, so I just wanted to make a few clarifications based on what Honorable Naabik'iyati said earlier. Magellan is working directly with the cyber team, in the areas of technical support and doing things that are more advanced than what we have the capacity internally, including engineering and a lot of really the things that you need specific consultants on board to do. So Magellan is working directly with the cyber team, and they're not working with the land department. That's another company called Vertical Bridge. So Magellan, I just want to clarify that Magellan is working with the cyber team on this Navajo Nation broadband plan. And also, I want to clarify that, all the things that, the Magellan and representatives are saying comes directly from the cyber team. They're not making up their own stuff and putting it on the council or on the Naabik'iyati committee. This is stuff that the cyber team has been working on for years, and Magellan is coming in to give additional support to get this plan completed and put before the council, for adoption. So, Mr. Honorable Delegate McGay is correct in that, the cyber team was tasked with this, with this project to get a plan. And at this point, we are nearing completion of that plan. There's a lot of work that goes into that. There's a lot of, the assessment was just the beginning, and there's so many layers that you have to do to get to an actual plan. And so that's nearing completion, and that should be coming before the council pretty soon. And that's an overall plan, for the whole Navajo Nation. Not just certain portions. It's the whole thing. So I just want to clarify that and let the Naabik'iyati committee members be aware of that. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Good.
This is Joe Corella from Magellan again. I want to completely acknowledge that none of us at Magellan, and especially me, are members of the Navajo Nation. However, I want to emphasize Norbert's point just now. We have been working in support of the cyber team. We are working through the cyber team. In no way am I asking for any authority as an outsider. And everything that we do will be routed through senior members of the cyber team who are embedded within NNTU, DCD, DOTI, IT, etc. We are not operating independently. Thank you.
Speaker Kealan, appreciate the clarification from Mr. Norbert. There's three main different companies from the outside working with the Navajo Nation, but I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I just have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
Speaker, I believe that when we started this discussion, the question was how much of the CARES money has been used to address this issue with broadband, and we've kind of been going through there. But in addition to that, I also asked if we could have NQA on the line to give us an update of what we can do to, to help our children gain access to Wi-Fi for school purposes. I don't know if I heard anything or anyone from NQA. So did we get a report from them? Are we going to get a written report? Can I ask what's going on with NQA?
Madam Chair, I think the first question to your regarding how much dollars have been spent to date on these CARES or out of the CARES funds on broadband. If you look at the controller's report that was sent out this morning, there's been no dollars expended as of right now on out of the CARES fund on this or on broadband to date. The second one is we did reach out to Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. I did call on them 3 times throughout this conversation. I haven't heard any one of them. There was no response. We haven't got a formal response in an email. If they they said some team members might be on the line, but there's been no formal report, Madam Chair.
Speaker Damon, this is R.S. Moalam, Regional Counsel for NTUA.
There's an individual, Madam Chair.
Open myself up, but Clyde Casciato, the NTUA Wireless General Manager, is not available. I tried to reach out to him; he's not available to get on the call. But I can answer I can provide some information, some context for what we're working on and what we're doing throughout the nation.
Well, the floor is yours.
Obviously, I don't have obviously the expertise or the actual complete knowledge as Mr. Casciato, but I'll just start with the first aspect is for the CARES Act, the funding that NTUA received through CJY 67-20. So NTUA received about $32.8 million, and of that, obviously, we haven't received any yet, but we've expended about $12 million on equipment for the upgrades at the tower locations. So as part of the award, NTUA is required to provide 31 student Wi-Fi hotspots. And to date, we have 26 hotspots in service, which means that they're up and running and they're providing internet services at those locations. We have 5 in which we have equipment ordered. So we should have, as soon as we get that equipment, in our warehouse, we will deploy our team to install the other 5 units. In addition to the 31 units we were awarded, I believe the team has a total of 35 student Wi-Fi hotspots, so we funded 4 on our own. And I have a listing, and I can provide a listing of the locations of those student Wi-Fi hotspots. And then on the others, on some other areas, NTUA was awarded funding for 4 towers across the Navajo Nation. So those towers take a while to build. So NTUA is in the process of, there's only one tower that's actually been constructed, is almost in service, which is the Pinedale location. we have 3 other towers that we're trying to actually meet. I mean, we believe we're going to beat the deadline of December 30th, 2020. But, part of that is, doing the RFP for the actual steel structure, building the actual infrastructure, and then installing the equipment onto the towers. So that's the last piece on that one. And then the third piece for the award under the CARES Act is the CBRS installation and upgrade. And I am not the expert in this area, but from the understanding that I've received from Clyde Casciato and some of the folks who are more technical in this area, is that we have received award for 120 sites for CBRS installation upgrades. And as part of that, let me get the definition of what that actually does to those locations. Give me 1 second, I apologize. I can't open it. Anyways, I'll go back to that. And then I know that I was on the call for about 30 minutes, so I know there was discussion about E-rate and the importance of E-rate at libraries, which chapters are identified as libraries, and also at Head Starts. So as part of the consortium with working with the Navajo Nation, working with Doty, they were able to for the federal government to categorize chapter houses as libraries, and as such, 90% of the monthly recurring charge for the internet services are subsidized by the federal government. So with that, I believe NTUA was awarded 53 sites, which means that NTUA is responsible for providing internet services at 53 chapter house locations. So, and of the total monthly recurring charge of the internet charges, the chapter house will be responsible for only 10% of that. The Navajo Nation will be responsible for 10% of that. And we have a breakdown. I don't have the exact locations, but we have a breakdown of the award under they call it the E-rate Consortium. But that was I would say it's a joint effort with the Navajo Nation, NTUA, Doty, and all the parties to make sure that chapter houses and Head Start locations get that subsidized funding from the federal government as it should be. And what I'm planning on doing right now, we're working hard to get funding. We have three different departments we're working with over, I think we have to do 7 sub-recipient agreements, NTUA does. So I'm trying to work to get those all complete, hopefully by tomorrow. And once I get that complete, I have a listing, or the team has a listing, and we intend to provide updates periodically to every council delegate of the projects in the area, in the areas of electric, water, wastewater, broadband, and in the solar units. So that's our intent. But right now, we're just focusing on getting the funding, because the majority of these projects are capital intensive. So the majority of these projects are funded through improvements through equipment and materials. So that's kind of at a high level an update. And I apologize that once again Clyde was not available. So I'm kind of covering for him based off of the email that I received. I stand for questions, or I can take notes and bring them back with a report of more detailed information if need be as well.
Thank you. With that,
Speaker, this is
yes, Madam Chair, go ahead.
I just have one question. How can we access that fiber optic line for Shiprock, for the students there, for the community? I know that the cost is really ridiculous.
I'm trying to. Sorry.
Madam Chair, your reception is going in and out. Madam Chair. Arash.
I can answer her. I can try to answer. I think what she's asking. One of the questions.
I think she's referring to that fiber optic line that's going through Shiprock. Is there any way that the NTUA or Choice Wireless or whoever owns that line, is there any way or how can we start utilizing that line for public use so that our students up in Northern Agency can utilize that for to get wireless internet or get a hard line somewhere or set up something with the Shiprock community so these students can have access to that while they get their education.
Right. Okay. I don't know. I'll have to do some research on what line she's referring to. I'm not sure if it's the Arcadian Infracom line where they're doing that long haul fiber route, or if it's another project. So I'll have to look into that. I know Arcadian, that a private outside company, is building a long haul fiber route through the Navajo Nation, but NTUA is not an owner of that line, if that's what we're talking about. But I will check to see what other fiber projects we have in the area of the Shiprock area, just to do our due diligence on that. But I do want to, if Miss Charles, or Honorable Charles Moon, if she's still there, temporarily what we have is the student Wi-Fi hotspot at the Shiprock Fairgrounds that is scheduled to be in service. We have a date of September 11th for that to be in service, whereby students can go to the Wi-Fi hotspot and do their work. And I can provide Ms. Charles Newton more details with the scheduling for that site. So that is more of a quick fix, whereby students can have access to the to internet at the Shiprock Fairgrounds.
Okay, well, I got a follow-up question to that then. How many of those hotspots do you have that are going to be set up across the Navajo Nation that are like that?
We have 35 student Wi-Fi hotspots that we intend to set up, of which 26 are complete, meaning they're in service.
Do you have a listing of those? And
I do.
You can send that over, Arash, and we can send that out and actually start public advertising that. I don't know if you guys are advertising that.
I hope Wireless is. I got to follow up with them, but yeah, I can provide that information to you.
Okay, great.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, I tried to ask a question, but I think it'd be better coming from you.
Thank you, Tilla. I do apologize. I pulled over in the side of the road. Just really quickly, I know that Shiprock as well as US 64 does have that fiber optic line that runs alongside the road. My question is, how can we access that so that we have full coverage, or actually maybe even better coverage of Wi-Fi, and especially for our children who are currently not physically in school, who are doing the online classes right now. So I think that was really, I guess, the crux of this conversation is what can we do to try to help or to assist our children at this time who are in school. So that is my question. I'm going back on mute, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back over to you, Raj.
Sure. Yeah, I'll have to do some follow-up on the line. I know which line she's referring to. So there's an Arcadian line that they're going to build, but NTUA does have fiber in the area. And I'll have to talk to the technical folks to see what can be done, if anything, as far as getting more access along that line to, for various reasons. But Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I did mention, if you didn't hear, that we are setting up a student Wi-Fi hotspot at the Shiprock Fairgrounds. It should be in service. I'll get you a more detailed date, but on my calendar it has November 11th as a date to be in service, whereby students can go and do internet or use the internet for homework or various different things at the Shiprock Fairgrounds. And then also too, the benefit also too with the program for the E-rate program is the The services will be provided at various, Head Starts and chapter houses across the nation. It'll be lit fiber at 100 megabytes, which is, as far as full capacity, that's a pretty decent amount. So you'll have better access. Chapter houses and some Head Starts will have better access to the E-rate program to receive better internet services at those locations. And once again, I can provide you information on that with the E-rate program of which sites have been awarded, and you can have a better understanding of of which locations will receive better internet services. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions for any of the presenters? Oh, we have
Chair,
hold on. Let me see. Hold on. We have two individuals in the queue. Hold on, our internet's kind of slow over here. For that, let me, Vice Chair Smith will be added on there too as well. Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Speaker Damon and my colleagues. I was wondering, in that fiber optic that goes along 491, I wanted to see if I can get a list of the chapters that you said. You said you have 52 chapters that were accessed and they could get reduced costs. Can I get a list of that? I want to see if any of my chapters along 491 are on that, and if not, how can I get them registered to do that? I've got 4 chapters along the highway there that are fairly close to that fiber optic line. So if you could provide me that information, I would like to find out what I could do to get them registered for that. Chair.
Let me go on down to one more individual, and then I'll go back to you, Raj. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, do you hear me? That's it. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, first of all, Raj, just would like to thank NTUA for the temporary internet setup in Tuba City. I'm not gonna say anything bad or anything like that, but you guys quickly moved to mobilize the internet there in Tuba City once COVID started, and I'm sure that students and community members are using that at this time. That's my first. Just want to acknowledge that. Just said, tell NTOA thank you. The other is I guess I really hope that the right-of-way team is really pushing hard to work with the Hopi tribe and bringing that fiber into Tuba. And we're almost there, and I know that the funding was funded with the CARES Act, and just like to express kudos to NTUA to say thank you. You know, you guys are trying to do what you guys can within the short amount of time, and I know the fiber optic will benefit the Tuba City Hospital, the 4 schools that we have there, the 2 high schools, and the junior high, the public school, and the Tuba City boarding school. We're all, community of Tuba City is really looking forward to, for that connection there. And just would like to just say, thank you for having your team working on with the nation and with our neighboring tribe, the Hopi tribe, to work with the fiber issue there that was in place there with the Hopi tribe for a while. But again, out of the conversations and really the project is moving forward, and I'm just, like I said, I'm really looking forward to having internet for the community in Tuba City. And again, just I'd like to thank you guys and continue working hard for the among the Navajo people, because there's many areas that are less fortunate that don't have fiber, but they are also citizens also, and we really need to find alternative ways to get fiber out to across Navajo, and to continue to work with the build outs. We really need to focus on that, and I believe this body right now has a really good chance to continue to put more dollars to fiber, for that build out. And I think that's something that we can need to continue to work on. But again, Arash, I'd just like to say thank you. Kat.
Let me go down to one more individual, then I'll come back to you, Arash. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, and Naabik'iyati committee members and NTUA. I just popped in on the conversation, busy with budget and finance meeting. But my question to NTUA is, there's a new line that's being run from Oak Springs out to Lupton. From Lupton, it heads west to Houck, and then from Houck, heads out towards Sanders using the Continental Divide power line. In that aspect, is Houck and Lupton going to be able to utilize that service that's going to be placed in there? And if so, what does the chapter need to do? Because we have a lot of students that are utilizing not only the ones that are in public school, but the ones that are going to college or university. They need that internet to do, I guess, what do we call it? Classes on the website. And we have spotty areas. We don't have areas that can service our students for that purpose. Not only for that, but for communications, public safety, and fire, and for folks that are in that area for communications. So that's my question on that. I know that Houck has been really supportive of it, and also Lupton has been part of that, and known that Newlands, and it's supposed to be going to the schools. I don't want to forget Pine Springs, because they brought that up too. They're up there on top of the hill, and they were talking about not having adequate internet service, and they were wondering how and who can they get internet from, so that they can have their kids utilize services like that. And that's my question to NTUA, and I know that CARES money is being provided for that. I saw that in the budget, and right at this point in time, I understand we haven't even spent a dime yet. But at any rate, that's my concern and question, and I'm hoping that we can get those funds out so we can get those services out to our people for internet services. Thank you, Chairman Damon, for letting me on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll go back to you, Arash.
On the projects that were awarded. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I will provide. I'll get information, and I will attempt to get the actual locations, the sites, and kind of a construction schedule on a high level of the E-rate project sites that were awarded to N2A Wireless. Please note, as part of that E-rate consortium award, there was other sites awarded to, I think Sacred Winds was awarded 41 sites, and OSO Internet Solutions was awarded the site at the Rama. It says Rama Library, but it could be the Rama Chapter House. So you might want to look into information from, the folks that are, there's 41 sites that were awarded to Sacred Winds as well. Okay. And then for Honorable Delegate Otto, I don't know if you had a specific question. Yeah, but NTUA is working hard to try to build out those projects, try to get fiber out to the city area. So, we thank you for, your cooperation and working with NTUA on these projects. And then for Honorable Delegate Smith, one of the things I did want to make a point and raise this point is NTUA hasn't received any dollars from the CARES Act yet. But for example, with the broadband, we've spent over $12 million already just in broadband equipment, because we pretty much fully funded the projects because of the fact that we knew that internet services were needed. So we've actually already ordered the majority of the equipment for the CARES Act. So we're just waiting for the funds to come in, and that's why it's just critical that we get the contracts in place and the funds appropriated to NTUA as soon as possible, so it doesn't slow down anything. And on the line that you're talking about through the Oak Springs, I think you said Hawk and Sanders fiber line, I will have to get more information on that. So from talking, I just got a text message from our communications manager, and he said that line is related to E-rate projects in the area. So Delegate Smith, I will provide you also more information as far as if any of those Head Starts or chapter houses are in that area were recipients of E-rate projects. I think I answered all the questions.
Okay, thank you. Hey, colleagues, I don't have, Honorable Otto.
Hello.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. The other is that, Raj, we had a conversation with the controller and a couple of days ago. And to what I remember is that she did indicate that NTUA already has a business unit set up. And I believe the controller's office is, I'm hoping that they're going to release it ASAP. Since the controller's office has indicated 2 days ago at Law and Order Committee, or a couple of days ago, that business units were set up. So I really I am really looking forward to the to how NTUA is going to build out these projects. But there in Tuba City, we have an issue with the government compound land, and one of my suggestions is to allow NTUA to go ahead and start working with the BIA to work with on the existing right-of-way, because you don't need the nation's approval on the government compound. But if the right-of-way is approved, granted by the area director, I believe we can, you as NTUA can move forward. So you can do the build-out for the Tuba City Boarding School, the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation, and the Tuba City Public School, to directly to the tower of NTUA that's right in the middle of town, and which is on government compound land. So that way, when the Navajo site is formulated with Mike Alona shop, then you just have that small build out that's left again. Then you can extend out to the Tuba City High School and to the Gray Hill. That's just a recommendation that I had, and I'm not too sure how NTUA leadership is exploring that option, or even has that part of their as part of their as a part of their strategy to start early there. But that's just a recommendation, Mr. Arash. Again, I really appreciate working with you guys out in Tuba City, and especially with the team. There was a little bit of shakiness from the beginning, but we got around those issues, and now we have all the components, all the stakeholders, all at the table working together to try to meet this. And what really astonishes me is that, you know, as I reached out to our neighboring tribe to work with, and our neighboring tribe we had a really good positive outcome out of that, and they're on board also. So, but just let you know, again, thank you very much, TUA, and your cooperation there. Thank you, Rash. Bye. Go on mute.
Thank you.
Well, Speaker Damon, this is Fred Brakeman. I'm the nation's E-rate consultant. Would it be possible to speak for just a minute or two?
Yes. Well, let me go back to, let me get done with NTUA's, see if there's any further questions right now for Rosh. Is there any further questions?
Sure, this is Daniel.
Chairman Daniel, so. Go ahead.
Delegate Daniels.
Oh, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah. It's going to be Chairman or less with now. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Chair. All the way from the east side, west side. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the report. The area of fiber optic. I have one question. Do you have anything planned for the Navajo Mountain or Jato, the Utah chapters, which has Aniki or each other, which is deep up in base and still need. I just had that question, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, let me go back to you, Rush.
Sure. Honorable Delegate Daniels, thank you for your question. I'll have to do a little research, and I can provide that list to you once I get with the wireless team. So I will send it out to you, Mr. Smith, and all the other delegates of the projects in which there were E-rate awards that were awarded to N2A Wireless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, is the horn again?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Helena.
I guess I must have missed my question. I don't know if he answered it, but I was wanting a list of the chapters. He said there was 52 chapters. I want to see if there's any of those my chapters are on that list, and how can I get on that list if they're not there?
Let me go back to you, Rush.
Sure, Delegate Helena, for your question, what I do, I don't have the list in front of me of the sites that were awarded to N2A Wireless, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with our wireless team probably tomorrow morning and get a list of all the sites that N2A Wireless was awarded, and provide you a summary background of any other. And the E-rate consultant can also talk to a few other things, but I mean, I'm getting text messages from our one of our managers is that we're pending a letter for more awards of different sites. So I will get back with him and get more information on that, along with sites that already have been awarded. Okay. So I will provide some feedback.
And then if I find out if I don't have any on there, I want to know how I can get them added to that list.
Give me a second. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Keelan McGee.
The other area that I think NTA needs to provide to the Navajo Nation government for how they need to work with other companies, other cell carrier, because Cellular One don't have a roaming agreement, because we put in so much money to NTA for wireless infrastructure, but once they're up, only NTA company or NTA phones will be able to have access or work in these areas. So those are some areas that I think the Navajo Nation government and the Regulatory Commission to really consider when they're continuing to give approval for each site. NTA, any company that wants to do business on Navajo, I said this earlier, some of them don't want to work with other carriers because they rather build up their customers, not accommodate other carriers' customers. That's the key thing that the Navajo Nation government really needs to look into. Cell service if you have AT&T or T-Mobile or Cellular One and so on, each one of them will have their own cell tower in each community if these companies don't want to work with each other to provide service for the Navajo people. So we really need to put a policy in place that these have to be in agreement before we give them the approval to establish cell services. Otherwise, we're in the same situation of what everyone is saying about these hotspots not working, and sooner or later, our chapters, our community members will be charged more on a lot of these services that we're expanding. So, speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan McGee. Go back to Arash on those questions.
Sure. Honorable Delegate Keelan McGee, thank you for your question. Just right off the bat, NTUA is required to provide non-discriminatory services and access on its towers and on its equipment. So, NTUA has it's not allowed to pick and choose who it can serve on its towers and on its infrastructure. So, I think we'll have to have a sit down or understand that further with Cell One and SBI on what they claim is their issues with NTUA. I don't know if it's a co-location or, anything else, but, for example, NTUA gets our roaming from third parties, as NTUA Wireless gets our roaming from third parties as well. So I think we have to better understand what their issues are, because we do have co-locations with SBI whereby they put their equipment on NTUA's towers. And how that works is they can put they can co-locate equipment on an NTUA tower so long as it can support that additional equipment. And if it can't, then, they can't put their equipment. But if it can, then we provide them space and they pay for space on that tower. And the other thing that I wanted to raise, and this is just a general comment, and this is public information about federal funding through the USAC, is that Cell One, if they're having issues and saying that NTUA is not giving them access or it costs too much, they've received over, I think, $283 million in federal funding in the last 10 years, and NTUA Wireless has received a fraction of that. However, NTUA has built out to over 110 towers in these 10 years, and we're continuing to build out and serve the Navajo Nation. So, we're trying to make the best and most useful, way to fund these projects and make them, feasible. But that's some of the challenges we face is we don't receive as much federal funding from the federal government in some projects that SBI does receive. But we definitely have no problem. We would like to work with other carriers in the area. This is something that, that we probably have to sit down and talk a little bit further about, because, if that's the case, we have to understand what the issues are.
That, I don't have anybody else in queue. No more questions for Rosh. Going back to E-rate then.
Yes, Honorable Speaker Damon, this is Fred Break. My name is Fred Brakeman. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Infinity Communications and Consulting. We work with the Navajo Nation Cyber Team and Doty on your E-rate projects. We got started last fall. Right after we began, we started looking at what was possible and what sites we could get for E-rate funding, and E-rate with some work that we had to do to designate the chapter houses as branch libraries. We were able to get approval to run fiber to all of the chapter houses, or at least apply for chapter house fiber services, as well as all of your Head Start facilities. So in the fall, we put out a bid to receive services to put in fiber to all 110 chapter houses, all the Head Start facilities. We received bids back for 90 of the chapter houses, 53 of the Head Start facilities, and at the same time worked with the states of New Mexico and states of Arizona for state matching funds also. E-rate was paying for 95% of the project, and the states of New Mexico and Arizona picked up the remaining 5%. So it was zero out of cost to install fiber to these sites. It ended up being about a $53 million project, $39 million to that in New Mexico, and a balance in Arizona. About 600 and just slightly over 600 miles of fiber. We're currently in the review process right now. We have to do some additional work to work with the state librarians in New Mexico and Arizona to get their approval, which is required per FCC requirements. In fact, we just kind of pretty well wrapped that up today. The honorable delegate from New Mexico had also asked about which sites were receiving funding and which ones aren't. I can forward that list over to Brent, and he can get that over to you. But what I can say is also we had hoped that we were going to receive bids for all 110 chapter houses, but service providers, I assume, because they're probably some of the more remote sites, difficult to get to, even though we gave them 60 days to bid on the project, they still said that they ran out of time. So, in fact, just today I found out from the state of New Mexico and Arizona that we have additional state matching funds that we can use for this upcoming year. And so it would be my recommendation that we go forward and put the remaining 20 chapter houses out to bid, the remaining 5 Head Start facilities that are not that did not receive bids, and we put that out to bid. Unfortunately, it would be funding that would not start until construction on those could not start until July 1st of 2021. But I can get 100% of the funding paid for those projects. And then on top of that, they'll also pay for 90% of the actual internet access. Currently, right now, most of your chapter houses are running at 1, 2, maybe 3 megabits per second. Our fiber connections would be starting out at a minimum of 100 megabits per second and could go up to 1 gigabit as needed. So it's a pretty exciting project. We're well on our way of getting approved. There is a review and an approval process. I would say we're about 75, 80% through that process. I would hopeful that that we would be able to start construction on that, hopefully in the next 60 to 90 days. That would be my best guess to a time frame. We've also identified that there's about 30 sites where literally there is fiber out on the street, maybe within 50 yards or 25 yards of the chapter house. So we've worked with NTUAW and Sacred Wind to identify those 30 sites, and it would be our recommendation then that they be the very first ones that we hook up. We could probably get those things done in about 90 days, and so we can show activity for the residents of the nation. We can start receiving the benefits as quickly as possible. And then it's probably going to take about, 600 miles of fiber is a lot of fiber to install, and it's probably going to take another year and a half, 2 years to completely finish that project. The other thing that happened, and NTUA had mentioned also that they had put in about $12 million worth of services to upgrade their network. One of the things that, as soon as the pandemic had hit, they, along with Sacred Wind, had contacted our office and had volunteered to put in some wireless towers, mobile units. I can't remember exactly. I think NTUA W had volunteered. I think it's 36 of them, and we have another 6 from Sacred Wind that are all, but I think all of them are installed. If not, we're in the very final phases of doing that. But what they had done, even though they had volunteered to do that free of charge, they had requested that we apply for E-rate funding to pay for those emergency services with. So we engaged our FCC attorney, had applied, we petitioned the FCC, and we're hopeful that we'll be getting that $3 million recovered to cover and to help our service providers also. So very high level, that's kind of what's happening with E-rate. And I'm very excited to hear that we do have state matching funds, which means from my perspective, I think we should be able to then come back in another year and finish up and do the rest of the chapter houses as well. But we will get the current list of our current projects over to Brent, and he can get that over to you right away. That would conclude my report.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any comments, questions? If there are none, nobody accused, no one lined up. Let's go to the board to accept the report. B, a motion and a second by motion by Honorable Agudso, second by Honorable Paul Begay, and there is a directive to work with organization to get 2 initiatives started. So we got that. Bobby? Let's go to the board.
Saturday, we're at 52 hours as a regular.
Wait. Oh, no. Oh. How about now? are you?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cadence-Val Crotty will vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater.
Hello.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles
Delegate Brown
Newton.
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with a vote of 16 yeas and 0 nays.
Okay, with that, 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Sharon not voting, we do have a motion carries. Moving on down on our agenda. Go. Item number C, report from Department of Self-Reliance on Navajo Nation School Clothing Program. An update report from the Division of Social Services on the status of the Navajo Nation shelters. That, anybody on the line from Division of Social Services.
Yes, we're here. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Alva R. Tom. I'm the newly hired Deputy Director for Division of Social Services. Ms. Deanna Neswood-Gishi, the Executive Director, is currently on another call with Budget and Finance for hearing. But today I have our team on the line, and I have Roxanne Gorman, who's from the Department of Self-Reliance, who's going to do a report on the school clothing program. And I have Regina Yazzie with the Department of Family Services, and she's going to do the report on the status of Navajo Nation shelters. So I'll go ahead with that. I'll move over to Roxanne Gorman.
Good evening. This is Roxanne Gorman. My clans are Twahanin Shlen, Tabahan Bashichin, Aro, Torjini Dashiche, Hashklashni Edashanala, Akut Astan Shlen. I understand there's a need to explain the newly established Navajo Education Incentive. On January 8th, the Division of Social Services Plan of Operation was approved and which transferred the Navajo School Clothing Assistance to the newly established Navajo Family Assistance Services that was placed under the Department for Self-Reliance organization. The Navajo Education Incentive was developed to replace the Navajo School Clothing by providing direct financial assistance to the family to purchase school clothing or school supplies of their choice for the child while attending school. School clothing packages are no longer provided. A check is issued in the amount of $250 for each child directly to the parent or legal guardian. The Navajo Education Incentive is not need-based, is not based on need, and it's first come, first served. The Navajo Education Incentive Guidelines were approved August 5th, 2020 by the Department of Justice. The concern I understand is that there is not sufficient funds to fund all the children, all our Navajo children that reside on or near the nation. In order to provide support as to the amount of, based on the amount of funding that is available, 1.1 million, we looked at the data provided by the Department of Diné Education on the enrollment for the Navajo Nation for 2018 to 2019 school academic year. What we learned is that there's 33,808 enrolled children on the Navajo Nation. So we decided that because the Navajo Nation already has a high unemployment rate and limited employment opportunities, especially with the pandemic that has really impacted the businesses located on the nation, we determined that it would be, we would prioritize students attending schools on the Navajo Nation. And we also looked at if we were to serve all these 33,000 children, it would equate to $8,470,000, which we don't have. And with this in mind, we again made a decision to only fund children attending Navajo Nation schools. Since we rolled this out 2 weeks ago, we understand there are many, many concerns by parents and schools, and recently the Oversight Committee expressing that they don't believe it's fair, that it's discriminatory, and that we didn't consider all the factors that have cropped up through this rollout. And as I explained to the Oversight Committee, we have had calls even from the families that are in the military overseas. A mother whose child goes to New Mexico School and Deaf, asking why. And we keep explaining that we don't have enough money And we explained that we focused on Navajo Nation schools. And I understand the delegates, Honorable Delegate Daniel So and Honorable Delegate Paul Begay, expressed concern that when a child wakes up, they reside on the Navajo Nation. When they get on the bus, they're transported off the nation, and they're no longer eligible. When we rolled this out, I'm fully responsible, but I wasn't aware of all these unique situations that would come up. We have explained to the parents, and we sent out notices to 270 schools about how the Navajo Education Incentive works. And we also encourage them to provide us their feedback and input, because there is room for improvement. And as I stated to the oversight yesterday, the reality is there's not enough money to serve students attending school on the Navajo Nations, let alone those who live off the nation. And the other is that I did speak very briefly about the legislation that's being proposed for the CARES Act. That legislation is for $5 million and can serve 20,000 children at $250. But and that won't be exclusive to schools on the Navajo Nation. And that's a one-time additional funds because of the pandemic. In the future, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to handle the demand for this. And I also understand that with the focus only on children who attend school on the Navajo Nation, we also have children learning in homeschools. And so at this point, again, we've learned a lot, and I'm fully responsible that we may not have promoted it well, that we didn't consider all the factors, and it wasn't intentional, nor was it an oversight. And we also changed the name from Navajo School Clothing Program to the Navajo Education Incentive, because the Department for Self-Reliance is a temporary assistance to needy families block grant, and it has been providing a school clothing education incentive to all the children of the benefit groups we serve. We're serving about 3,000 families a month. And they receive the same amount of $250 per child. We do not order or determine what they purchase, but because these are federal funds, we do require receipts. So because we already had a school clothing education incentive, we developed the name Navajo Education Incentive. And again, because it's not just for school clothing anymore, it also can be used for school supplies, was one of the reasons why we established developed a new name. At this point, we've also advised parents, if you need to buy a tablet, you can use that money to offset the tablet, because a lot of schools are requiring distance learning. And it has been a challenge, as I understand, that, it's not easily done if you don't have the equipment nor the access to the internet to, be able to do the distance learning. As for the why is there was another question that was constantly asked, and that is, why is the W-9 form required? This is a requirement of the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller for anyone, for anyone who will receive a check from the Navajo Nation. The information is entered into the FMIS, and an address book, they call it an AB number, is created for the individual. If an individual already has an AB number, then the W-9 verifies the information is correct to generate a check. And if any changes need to be made to update the W-9, is also another reason. And the W-9 is not for taxes. The W-2 is for taxes, because that was another question. At this point, I think that we've rolled it out, we received many applications, and one factor that was a challenge for us is that we continued to work during the pandemic, and when we first had this transfer it was officially approved on January 8th, 2020. So we began the transition of the Navajo Family Assistance, the newly established Navajo Family Assistance Services, which includes general assistance, burial assistance, LIHEAP, Community Service Block Grant, and the former Navajo School clothing. All 5 financial assistants were transferred and placed under the newly established Navajo Family Assistance Services. And what happened in January, and once we got official notice, we began to make more progress to move and transfer the Navajo Family Assistance Service employees to our Department for Self-Reliance field offices, because at each DSR field office, we have access to a network and a case management software. And as we were making some progress, we got hit with the pandemic, and that really did throw a wrench into the progress to transfer and to initiate a lot of other details, because the first shelter in place, we were only working 1 day a week, and we realized that was not sufficient to serve the thousands that depended on us. So we began to increase our work days, and eventually we were working 4 days to handle the work. And then at the last 2 shelter in place, because our staff were just as alarmed for their welfare and such, we began to work 3 days a week. And the whole focus while working to serve TANF DSR families with TANF benefits and INFAS clients with general assistance, burial assistance, LIHEAP, community service block grant, was to focus on direct services as a priority. So we got slammed, and we kept working through the pandemic to make sure that we didn't ignore those who needed our services. And as the Navajo Nation government started to reopen, we had access to other departments and programs whom we needed during that time. A big issue has been the use of a data port. I am pleased to say that Office of Controller is working with us. We just started that dialogue this week. A data port is what we use to upload our batches so we can pay out. And we're going to have our first Navajo Education Incentive batch September 9th, and a second batch at the end of the month, I think September 29th. Those batches are entered, the information to develop those batches are entered into a TAS case management software, and that then generates a payment. It's not a financial software, but it's a case management in which decisions are made locally and information is entered, and it will generate a payment, and we call them batches, and then they're uploaded, and then the Office of the Controller then has a check issued. And so that was achieved a week ago, and we're really pleased, this week, that we can do that, because it really reduces and streamlines the process of payment. So we are aware that, again, we could have done a better job of promoting this the newly named Navajo Education Incentive, and we have learned quite a bit since the rollout. I do understand the concern of the 2 delegates, and I did say I do support the need for more assistance, and I did acknowledge that we could have done a better job, and I accept full responsibility as the department manager for not considering all these aspects. That is my report, Mr. Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, at this time, is there a, can we get a motion first? Is there a motion?
Motion, Paul Begin.
Paul Begin, second.
Wheeler.
Now, Helena. Colleagues, any comments, questions?
Delegate Begin.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Speaker. This is Delegate Paul Begay. Can I speak now? Hello, am I still on?
Sorry, I was talking to myself. I was on mute. Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Speakers, Damon, colleagues of the Naabik'iyati Committee, presenters. And thank you for, this is a very important issue. Anytime parents or relatives of students come up with an issue that they want addressed at the council level, I would consider that important issues. And this is kind of like an everyday thing where parents even call me or visit me in person here at my residence to express their concern. My area here in the northwest corner of the Navajo Nation, the main school that our students are attending is Page Unified School. Almost 90% are Navajo students attending Page High School. My colleague, Chiche, Daniel So, Chair Daniel So, put it very, with a lot of feeling, because I walked away after our HESI meeting yesterday with his statement ringing in my ear. I don't have his exact quote, but something in the nature of this is what he said. That when a child, Navajo child, with a CIB, a Certificate of Indian Blood, identifying this Navajo child, wakes up and a school bus is waiting for him. He gets on the bus. When he wakes up, he's a Navajo with a CIB. Once he gets on the bus, he is no longer eligible because he goes to school 2 miles from the border of the Navajo Nation. That's the issues that the parents have. People who planned this out should have placed that they should have thought about equity first. And you know that it's going to cause parents, whoever is associated with this issue, they will come up with a complaint. They will speak their mind. And you talk about Navajo clothing incentive. So we're not providing the incentive for those Navajo students who are attending schools like Page Unified Schools, who are not at fault because that's the only school available within their radius of residency. Page Unified School, unless you're eighth grade on down, then you have options of private school. You have other lower grade schools like Botaway Gap, Tonalea, Santo. But the majority of the students are bused in from as far as 50, 60 miles away to attend Page Unified School.
As I mentioned, almost 90% are Navajo. And we talk about the pandemic. The more reason why we should have provided clothing for these students also, because the pandemic caused parents not to be working, and they are sheltered in place. All these should have been considered. And I still have hope that something will come about so that we can give these kids that are not going to school on the reservation or attending school that are on the reservation the same opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of my people that have voiced their concerns on this. And I am, there is a legislation being drafted right now that would address giving this Navajo clothing incentive opportunity to all Navajo students. We must find ways to make sure that we provide for all Navajo children. The pandemic that they have had ala nieti part with the transmission every na amado ajedon dalista ka masando chi analda da te the talk chat of analicha at the halio don dalista ashida son that will be sent in nini given now adon that will be the more reason why we should help all Navajo children. They have certificate of Indian blood that identifies them as Navajo children, and we should not treat them any differently just because they go to school not by their choice, but that's the only school that's available in their area. Sure.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Gay. We're going down Chairman Yazzie.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Speaker and members of the council, and to the presenter, thank you for your report on the Navajo school clothing. Kind of sounds like you had mentioned that some of our kids are not going to look forward in getting brand new Converse shoes, the Flash and Dash style. But I do agree with my colleague, Mr. Begay. The Rue St. Bonaventure's also got word that there's going to be no school clothing. And so I'm really pleased to hear that Mr. Begay's got the legislation going, and just want to encourage my colleagues that we do have our Navajo kids that also attend private schools, not only within the reservation, but in Phoenix and Albuquerque or in Salt Lake. And I'm always going to support the clothing department because ever since, as you know, as when we were a child and when we were going to school, we've always looked forward in getting that plastic bag of clothes and bringing them home and acting bad and putting on new jeans. And so it also brings up the self-esteem on our kids. So all I ask, I can't tell you what to do, but I am going to speak for the private schools, and we do have kids, Navajo kids, our own kids, that attend these private schools as well, and we can't leave them out. So again, Mr. Begay, thank you for your comments, and I'll support your legislation too as well. But to the presenters, just hang in there, continue to do a good job, and we'll support you whatever it takes to get clothing to our kids. So, Speaker, that's all I have to say, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, we go on down to Honorable Otto Soak.
Thank you very much. You guys hear me? Speaker, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, na kudo mi chimin do ani brings a lot of concern related to travel clothing school. Now you have form of discrimination against our students that go to school off the reservation, not by choice. That's the only school there. Again, you can think about the western area of Luke. You have the Star School there. You have the school, the Flagstaff, that has Navajo children, students going to school there. And Hashina na tenen leni ba bailia. And this is what I always say on the council floor. The world turns only in Window Rock. Policies that is driven by the programs from the executive branch is driving this policy that allows this equal distribution to happen to our Navajo children. I'm glad that you did say you're responsible for it. And I don't know how the division director feels. I really hope that she feels she can take part of the responsibility. You have the community of Holbrook. There are Navajo students that go to school in Winslow. So, I saw Hashina Lanchana, but Ohadia. As a Navajo citizen listens to this meeting on across the interweb, these are policies that are coming from Window Rock that are directed by the executive branch. It's been concerned. And people out there in the rural area, when these policies are made, whether it's a plan of operation to be changed from the department level, the impact of our children and our Navajo people is not considered. So, and so that's what our current policy in Window Rock, the governing policy of the program, is right now. Even though we introduced legislation that Honorable Paul Begay, it is subjected to veto authority, to the veto issue. What if the president vetoed this thing? Thirdly, I guess the advocacy for the program at the budget formulation level. What are the numbers of the increased amount of historical records related to this program as we receive federal dollars related to the Navajo Tribal Clothing Program? The advocacy of the program at the federal level relating to the increase of funds. The last time, about a year ago, as we went to the budget formulation, I only saw Honorable Halona there. But the advocacy there is much needed at the federal level. I really hope that the program managers and the division directors are looking at ways to try to increase the formula so that we can increase, we can request the federal, that they started to include the children now. You know, families out there do not have money. Some families are unfortunate. The other is that is this a time, my colleagues, that we look at? We have billions of dollars in New York, Wall Street. Is this a time to start asking the people with a unified and the budgeted request to downdraw a certain amount from the Permanent Trust Fund? The needs of our children on Navajo, the needs of our elders, the housing crisis, the housing epidemic that's out there, infrastructure needs. And then is this a time to look at that issue now? To create a plan and ask the Navajo people, I think we need to go to that direction to even look at a downdraw from the Permanent Trust Fund. Because this $45 million that's being proposed through the CARES Act is just a Band-Aid. What's going to be the needs for next year's concerns again? For the children, the families. We need to look at a plan to try to see where we can harness funding to try to help this vital program. The other is, since you're talking about social services and LIHEAP, I really hope that you guys caught up with all those individuals that requested for propane since March. I had a coal mine voter and come up to me and tell me the Navajo Nation wrote to me and said, I qualify for LIHEAP and your propane is coming. As of June 15, 2020, no propane from that office. That office has not cut a check for that family member or for that individual, that family. She has her father there. She has her grandchildren there. You know, again, it's an administrative policy, and I really hope that you guys caught up with getting those services delivered through the LIHEAP program. Ede hotego shidi ade. Wala shi gede tada tse. Ida ade nan leni. Beja sa ane. Niteni. Dinaba hajo ba eni tse. Bajo ba de ne. We don't have an 8 to 5 job. Wish I can clock out at 5 o'clock and say I'm off. Or take the weekend off and say the week has been too strong. And I only did the has even ya hot ego. Nihi kita hati ni go kunde na iso. We didn't ask for that job. But again, you're in that position. I really hope you try to find a way to fix this issue. Other than that, you have undercut many Navajo children across the Navajo Nation. And it really, you know, looking at our Navajo children that live in the rural area. Those are the people that are struggling out there. Oh, I don't need an answer, but and really this hardens me, and I wish I could speak my mind. But that child that lives in Gap, Cameron, was off the grid with no power or water, whose mother and father relies on tribal clothing to clothe their child, or that mother and father that lives in Bird Spring. Their child has been eliminated from the process by the tribal program. And that's the Navajo policy there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Also, with that questions, and it seems like we go over back to the presenters.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue, Freeland? Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Hey, let me go back to the sponsor. I mean, not to the presenter.
Yes, this is Roxanne Gorman.
Yes, Ms. Gorman, go ahead.
Thank you. I do understand the concerns by the delegates because we have been serving hard-to-serve families with limited income to try to get them to become self-sufficient, and they come in many different situations. So we've been doing that, and I've been overseeing this department for 16 years, so I do understand the tremendous need by the Navajo Nation. And I do want to say, for clarification, there was no intent to discriminate or eliminate. The bottom line that I will keep reminding is that the money that we receive for the Navajo school clothing is $1.2 million. If you divide it by the students that that are attending schools on the Navajo Nation, they would only get $36 per child. The other is the school clothing, myself included, throughout the years when my children were of age. I wouldn't take it because I knew it was for those who needed it. And I think many parents have done that because the schools would give the application to the child and tell the child, fill it out. The child would bring it back, and I'd say, no, son, we don't need that. And so as a result, not everyone received school clothing specifically because it was intended to help those who needed it. The other is there was a huge warehouse filled with school clothing that was returned for a number of reasons. And I did explain that one was the quality, one was it was outdated. And they could only offer one pair of shoes, one pair of pants, and one jacket. I do recall receiving school clothing way when I was young, which was a long time ago, and it did have more than three items. But when you look at it, it's really hard to serve everyone. And then it's hard to find the kind of quality and brand our children want. These were some of the concerns that were brought up when we were asked to assist with improving this program. And that's what we had intended and had hoped to do. So again, we get $1.2 million from the general funds. These are not federal funds. And we do not, cut checks for LIHEAP or the school clothing. The school clothing, I explained, we use a batch process, which has really improved and streamlined our payment process for the TANF families we serve. And we're using the same process to issue these school clothing payments. There is a CARES Act that's being sponsored by, I believe, by Honorable Delegate Kiala Begay. Within the CARES Act, there's the Educational Hardship Assistance. It is a Band-Aid, I agree with Honorable Delegate Otto So, but it does provide additional support for 20,000 children because there's $5 million in that education hardship assistance. Now, I explained earlier to the oversight that there's more flexibility. It won't be exclusively for children attending schools on the Navajo Nation. It will be open to all those other schools. And we have explained this to the schools as well, that there's this potential, and we've encouraged parents. There's this CARES Act that does allow for more support. And we have, tried very hard to also solicit feedback as to how to improve the program. But the bottom line is we would need more money. We would need $8.7 million just to serve the 33,000 children that are attending schools on the Navajo Nation. I must repeat that because that's the reality. And if Honorable Delegate Otto is successful in getting money from I'm not sure if that was the reserve monies that have been put aside, that would help, but it would be, like you said, a one-time only. This is a recurring concern. And another concern, I think, is that many of the students, many of the children, and I have a number of staff who are parents, are telling me that their children are staying home, and that if they need, what they're saying is the assistance to offset expenses for hardware, hotspots, tablets is considerable because the schools aren't providing those in some cases. So the Navajo Education Incentive is you can use it for school clothing or school supplies, and we don't require receipts. Department for Self-Reliance does offer a school clothing education incentive for several years. Because that's federal funds, we do require receipts. And because these are not federal funds, we do not require receipts. And I think that at the end of the day, I guess the question would be, to serve everyone, every deserving child, we would need more money. And again, on behalf of the program, we did not do this to harm anyone. We looked at data, we looked at the high unemployment, and we looked at the situation that was on Navajo. And we knew many businesses were shuttered. So we believed, and I'm not using the pandemic as an excuse because it happened. We worked through it. And so we thought this was a way to focus on those in need. It was never intended to overlook all those other cases. I say that because, again, we've been serving very hard to serve families to try to help them achieve a career goal, to obtain employment or a career to sustain their family with a standard of living. And it's a challenge in itself. So I can fully understand that there's a tremendous need. And I'm open to, the feedback from parents, the schools. I hear the concerns and by the delegates as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go on back down to the board. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Anna. Good afternoon, Division of Social Services team. Thank you for the report. Ms. Tom, thank you for being a part of the team as well and your leadership there at Division of Social Services. So I want to just a bit about this division. Like their cards really now, and it's really unfortunate situation with the school closed.
Honorable Freeland, your reception is very spotty.
Now?
I hear you now.
Was the need for a shelter in Crown Point to serve all of Eastern Navajo. And I'm still advocating for that. I'm still going to pursue that. I still want to work on that. A lot of the Crown Point district calls, about 80 to 90% of those calls are domestic violence related. And a lot of times, speaking with the officers, those there's no shelter. There's no shelter out here in Crown Point, and there's no shelter for let's say if there's a call in Torian or Ojo Encino, there's no shelter out there as well. So a lot of the victims become they have to be transported to places like Grants or Gallup, and then they have to find their way home. So, I'm going to continue to advocate for that shelter in Crown Point to serve all of Eastern Navajo. In regards to the school clothing program, thank you for bringing that up. And I wanted to ask, is there a law or anything in the Navajo Nation Code that excludes Navajo children that live off the Navajo Nation? And I ask this question because there are other programs as well that don't serve our Navajo people off the Navajo Nation. I look at the Department of Behavioral Health, Mental Health Services. We have a lot of relatives walking around the street in Gallup, and they need help with addiction of alcohol. They need help as well. And during this pandemic, it was really a concern brought to us by IHS, and that continues to be a concern today during this COVID-19 pandemic. And how do we address Navajo people living off the Navajo Nation to get services by the Navajo Nation themselves? That's got to change at some point, and that's got to be brought to the forefront. And I always say I think that Navajo is Navajo. As long as you have a census number, you should be Navajo. You're enrolled. If you're enrolled, you're Navajo. You should be eligible for those types of services. In regards to the school clothing program, it's really unfortunate to hear the shortfalls, and I say that the cards are stacked against the department and the division as a whole. But once again, what do we need to do to relook at all of our revenues? Do we have to increase taxes? Do we have to look at regaining new revenues? We need an economist. We need an economist to help us gain new revenue sources and really look at the current revenues that we have in place now. So that way we don't find ourselves in these types of positions. We need an economic plan, a strong economic plan that will increase the general fund, Shinatai. We need to start thinking about our future instead of, like I said, or like Ms. Gorman said, the Band-Aid approach. Let's start thinking about reoccurring funds every year to fund the school clothing program. How can we get that done? I'm sure we can do it. There are ways to do it, but we got to think together uniformly. We need a strong economic plan. We need an economist to help us raise that general fund again so that we can give money to the school clothing program. We're fortunate that this year the general fund is stable, but we can't continue to rely on the UUFB or the permanent trust fund. We need to find new revenue sources, Shanatai. Ever since NGS and Kienta mine closed, I think that should have sounded the alarm for not only us, but for the whole Navajo Nation, executive branch as well. And, we should have put our minds together and figured out a way to start thinking about new revenue sources. Now is the time, Shanatai. I really want to encourage this body, my colleagues, to start thinking about how we can look at new revenue sources in the future. So we don't have to hear school clothing programs saying that, a one-time funding is good, but what about next year and the year after that and the year after that? We need to think reoccurring, Shanatai. So, Edia Speaker, I wanted to say thank you to the Division of Social Services. A big shout out to all the social workers, all the caseworkers, all the staff that are out there in the agency offices. We really need to give them our appreciation and gratitude. A big shout out to the Gallup Family Services Unit, the Crown Point Service Unit. Thank you very much, staff that are out there. You are doing a great job. We really appreciate all that you are doing in assisting and protecting our children. There's like Honorable Otto So mentioned, there's a lot of rural cases, and it's disheartening to hear of unreported or hear of abuse and neglect occurring, but it's out there, and it's real, and it's happening unto our Navajo kids. So we really need to help our staff protect our Navajo children. So Eddie Ashnata, thank you very much, and God bless you, staff, and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker, Chairman of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Regarding this issue at hand, the school clothing program that was renamed the Education Incentive. Number one, the committee didn't amend a plan of operation to rename it. The committee didn't adopt the guidelines. It seems like the administration, the NAS administration, basically circumvented certain authorities to have the program just do guidelines rather than presenting policies. That, I guess, is a concern. And again, the aspect, and I presented this and I'll continue to present that aspect. When a Navajo child from Kaibato, from Dilcon, they're under our sovereignty. When they get on a public school bus and they enter the public school with the guidelines that are established, they are not eligible. But the prerequisite, they are enrolled in this academic program. They have a valid CIB, or in this case, location of the academic program makes them ineligible. And that's the question that Honorable Paul Begay Jr. presented to the committee. And there really has to be a revisit. And that part, there has to be the understanding that, yes, there are limited funds, but at the same time, there's such a I guess, a PR event that occurred that just raised the hopes of all parents that their children could get fiber clothing. And now, when the parents contact Self-Reliance, the social services, and they're told you're not eligible, then that's when there is certain disgust, DISGUST, and there is disenfranchisement. And that's the part that there has to be better understanding on these, what the Division of Social Services is overseeing. The funding for the domestic violence shelters. It's a slow-moving process. We were told that they were awarded June 1, and look, we're at September 3rd, and the contracts are just now signed. So that part, and it's based on funding that was received by the Navajo Nation October 1 of 2019. So somewhere there are people that don't know how to get these documents through the system, and it's just for a period of time. Anytime we called for a report regarding domestic violence shelters, a report from Division of Social Services, the committee has received the report, 0 in favor, 3 opposed, or 4 opposed, or 5 opposed. That gives you an indication of the fact that the committee has concerns. So with that, members of the Naabik'iyati committee, I just wanted to give the perspective of what we have been addressing. And so, Mr. Chair, thank you. That is the extent of my statement to the committee.
Thank you. And then, so with that, let me go back to response, if there's any from Division of our Department of Self-Reliance. Ms. Corman?
Yes, Mr. Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati committee. We are researching Honorable Delegate So's concern. We did explain that the Navajo School Clothing did not have a separate plan of operation when it was handed over to us, because we did meet with the prior supervisor and we did ask, where's the plan of operation? We were told there isn't one. We also asked for the policies and procedures, and we were told there isn't one. There's no resolution that approved it. This is what we developed. So with that, we began to formulate that, okay, when the plan of operation was approved January 8th, 2020 by the oversight, we believe that we were doing things correctly, and I still believe that. On the other hand, we are asking for a legal opinion, and I believe Honorable Delegate So was asking for one from Legislative Council as well, which should then address that concern about a valid plan of operation for the school closing, because it had been placed under the executive administration of the Division of Social Services. And so when we did have it transferred, that's what we understood, is that it didn't have its own plan of operation and its policies and procedures were never approved. We did have the Department of Justice review our guidelines. I did ask if they had to be policies, and I was advised no, they were to be guidelines. So with that, that's how we proceeded, and we didn't do a public relations. We had our Navajo Education Incentive placed on the Navajo Nation website. And it does explain that the funds are only for those children attending the Navajo Nation schools. And I believe the promotion that Honorable Delegate So may be speaking about might have been that it was also placed on the Navajo Nation President's website. We did not attempt to, circumvent the laws and rules of the Navajo Nation. We are seeking legal opinion, as well as I understand Legislative Council is being consulted with to resolve this properly. I would not forego asking for if it was clear to me at the time that I had to, I would have. I've always complied and abided by the requirements necessary to establish a department or a program. I just want to say that our office does not process checks. When checks are issued, and we have a number of them in regards to AutoSo's concern about LIHEAP, it pens at the Office of the Controller. They're the only ones that can do that, and they're under the Navajo Nation Council's oversight. They didn't have regular hours during the pandemic. They're back to business now. We're really happy because now we're getting some answers about a data port usage that we asked for in February so that we could proceed. I feel like, there's this effort to find fault with everything we did when we meant no harm. The situation, again, was such that we were working through a pandemic. We were doing the best we can. Not everyone returned to work. And now everyone's back and things are moving again. I've learned, through this whole effort, and in the future we will do more to promote these changes, but it wasn't with ill intent, as it seems to be implied. That is to me offensive, because I've been a tribal civil servant for almost 33 years to serve my people, and I do my best. And I also want to say on behalf of my staff, I commend them for continuing to work despite the alarm they had because of the virus and the welfare and the concern for their welfare and their family. But we are still moving along and doing the best we can. I just want to make that point because it's like it never happened, but it happened, and we're still in it, and there could be a second wave. I just feel, our department and the newly established Navajo Family Assistance pulled together, and we didn't turn our backs on anyone. We tried very hard to serve. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair. Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair, and committee members. I'd like to receive a response from Office of the Controller. I have a different understanding and history regarding what was just stated. Thank you, Speaker.
Is this in regards to the policy or the plan of operation, or? Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. The Office of Controller did provide a breakdown in terms of how the policy and the procedure works, and in terms of the data port. Thank you, Speaker.
With that, Madam Controller, is a question of privilege. I don't know if you're on the line or if someone's on the line from maybe Controller's office.
So, Speaker, this is Perlene Kurt, Controller. I am on the line. So, do you want me to proceed? I can proceed. There's a regarding Office of the Controller. We are essential, and we have been working throughout the Navajo Nation government shutdown. We are and have been available through electronic means. So there are a number of things being discussed. I just wanted to shed some light on this from our office, specifically to, as Shadeja Naabik'iyati mentioned, the data port process, and it was mentioned by social services a few times. That is the payment mechanism that connects social services to our office. So this has its history regarding TANF. TANF is payments are processed through what we call a data port. There is a case management software, not a financial software, where obviously it's case management. And so a file usually gets uploaded, namely a text file, into FMIS, and that mechanism is how payments are processed, and it's been problematic from the standpoint of internal control. It was also the subject of the Auditor General's audit report on Office of the Controller, namely because there's what we call an address book issue and W-9 issues. So that's the history, and as controller, I am concerned about the usage of the data port mechanism. It's not just social services that uses the data port, essentially an upload from an external software mechanism into FMIS. So if there's errors on these uploads, and there are, then it creates additional address book in our address book database in FMIS. And so obviously the main concern would be the address book database is growing, and then the chances of duplicate payments and so forth is high as a result. So those are all internal control issues from the standpoint of financial management. So that's the history of the data port usage. From my understanding, there hasn't been really good communication in recent times regarding social services wanting to use the data port mechanism that's currently in place for TANF to use it for other areas. There's been attempts to use it for LIHEAP. There's been
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
We have 1 minute, so should we all call back, speaker? Hello?
I can hear you.
There's a message that says it will end in 1 minute.
We've reached the maximum duration. I think we need to hang up and call back in.
Call back in?
Dinner time. Oh, are you cooking, Rick? I'll be over. Cyber Day.
Cyber egg.
Oh, there you go.
Drive by meals at Rick's place.
Nail down bread. Oh, need some
Again, I will do a plug for my budget. In terms of the CARES, these are things we can do. We have technology. We can try to automate some of these processes and make sure we don't have the human errors on a manual process. So those are some of the solutions and recommendations, but I feel like I wanted to address the usage of the data port and what it means to the financial system for the nation at this point. So I'm glad I got this opportunity to talk. So yeah,
Thank you, Madam Controller. That colleagues, we'll go on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One area that I wanted to allude to is that I know that when they were talking about the domestic violence shelters and the monies that are going to be that came in and to this time they're not spent. And what is the projected amount that's going to be reverted back to the federal government? Because once this hits the newspapers, it's going to say Navajo reverts X amount of dollars back to the federal government, and especially dealing with domestic violence shelters. And ACWA leadership is the one that always gets pounded related to the issue of money reversion. And you know, what is the anticipated amount are we going to be sending back to the funding source relating to the reversion? Thank you.
Thank you. I guess in talking with these funds, I guess you were referring to the CARES dollars. So, Madam Controller, no subject.
No. I'm not relating to the CARES dollars. I'm talking to the federal dollars that are coming that came to Navajo relating to the domestic violence shelters. We have monies that are going to be reverted back that are unspent. That's what I'm asking. And what is the anticipated amount of funding reversion that this program is going to be owning up to? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that will open up the door for the second portion of the report. And that's the update report from the Division of Social Services on the status of Navajo Nation shelters. So I don't know who from Division of Social Services is on. I know that we got some kind of written document earlier that was sent out to everyone. So I'll turn it over to Division of Social Services regarding the status of the Navajo Nation shelters.
Good evening. This is Alva, Chair. I have Regina Yazzie with Department of Family Services, who's going to cover the report for the Navajo Nation shelters. Regina?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the NABI Committee. This is Regina Yazzie. Kanagani Bashichin, Hachin Idashiche, Todak Ojidashinal, Ado Tilch into the Ayasana, Ado Kod or a son and Shle, Ado Hehan Hidini, do Lake Kodon, Hahos, Aegi, Kodonal, Sosi, she, the domestic violence shelters, Bindia Ekodo, Naltos, Energy, Ishladole. The shelters, the Division of Social Services did submit the written report earlier, a few hours ago. So just to provide the update, on July 28th, Honorable President Jonathan Nez signed the 5 professional service contracts. And then on September 1st and 2nd, the Office of Controller Contract Administration issued the contract numbers on those professional service contracts. The 5 contracts are going to be retroactive beginning October 1st, 2019, and to end on September 30, 2020. The 5 shelters have begun invoicing Division of Social Services for those months that they're able to re-invoice retro back to October 1st of 2019. The 5 shelters are Navajo United Methodist Center, Alice's Place, Family Crisis Center, Todaneshe Against Family Abuse, Northland Family Help Center. And then regarding the other remaining 2 shelters, on August 17, the Division of Social Services conducted an online video meeting with Lorena Hallwood, Executive Director, and Ralphine Anderson, Administrative Assistants with the Amado Achine Began Incorporated, ADABI. At that meeting, Division informed Ms. Hallwood that the division is moving forward with its contract to begin on July 1st, 2020. Because ADABI's insurance coverage was deemed sufficient by the Risk Management Office beginning July 1st, 2020 to September 30, 2020. Also at that time, the division informed Ms. Hallwood that we still needed to get her updated budget, and Ms. Hallwood was also informed that if she still wanted to be retro back to for her contract to beginning October 1st, 2019, then ADABI needed to submit the full prior acts coverage, which is an insurance coverage to cover for that period that was lapse in insurance from October 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2020. At that time, Ms. Hallwood indicated that she was going to continue to work with her insurance broker and to get the lapse coverage. In the meantime, the division continued to move forward in working with our Department of Justice on initiating the July 1st, 2020 contract. So that's where it remains today regarding the ADABI's contract, that it has not been fully executed yet. One domestic violence shelter, Roberta's Place, declined its funding for FY 2019 and 2020. Therefore, their grant award will be redistributed to the 5 shelters who have met their requirements, the 5 that I had mentioned earlier. To date, as I mentioned, the ADABI's contract remains in consultation between the division and Department of Justice in trying to have ADABI's having ADABI's for prior acts coverage to be submitted. And also, just to report, the division had submitted to the Office of Controller the FY 2020 to 2023, the 3-year multi-year request for proposals, the RFP, for the upcoming contract years. Those were submitted, and it's been, as of today, we were informed it's been advertised on their Office of Controller website with a closure date of September 15, 2020. The contracts are, the RFPs are inconsistent with Navajo Nation Procurement Act, with the minimum insurance requirements, and in coordination with the federal funds, which is the Family Violence Prevention and Service Act, FIPSA requirements. The OMB, Office of Management and Grants, established a business unit for the FY 2020 to 2021 FIPSA grant. So thereby, the 5 contracts are able to beginning to submit their invoices to Division of Social Services. That's our update report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Pat, colleagues, any comments, questions on an update? Once.
Speaker Freeland.
Twice. Honorable Freeland?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. I definitely appreciate that, and we do as well as Naabik'iyati committee. I did mention earlier that I'll continue to advocate for a shelter, especially domestic violence focused and concentrated for Crown Point and Eastern Agency. And that's one of my emphasis when I became a delegate, was to start looking at reestablishing. I know there was a shelter there before, but reestablishing a shelter and getting it funded. There was talks with the Crown Point Service Unit already and the chapter. So just FYI, if we could probably have a discussion offline at some point. I'd like to sit down with you all and have that discussion and see how we can look at having a reestablishment of a shelter in Crown Point, because a lot of our victims are taken off to Grants and Gallup and other places, and they're left, to find their own transportation home. So it's unfortunate that happens. And if we can find a way to help mediate and address this issue, especially for each agency, be very great. So, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I guess the question that I asked earlier is, what is the anticipated amount to be reverted to projection? You're saying that you're going to pay out the grant and you're going to redistribute some money because a certain group that provides that service is not going to accept that money. And but when the dust settles and so forth, what is the anticipated amount that's going to be reverted from the social service program back to the federal government? Thank you.
I'll turn back over to Division of Social Services.
Mr. Chair, it is difficult for me to answer that question definitively with an absolute number. We're just now getting invoices and we're beginning to pay out. So we probably won't have an answer on that till the end of this year, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there it is. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? If there's none, let's go to the board, accept the report. Oh, wrong order, Bobby.
Honorable Elmer Piquet. Honorable Key Allen Piquet Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Piquet Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Piquet. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Take care.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
They don't chat.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker.
I'm sorry, sir, can you repeat that?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with a vote of 13 yeas and 2 nays.
Speaker Delegate Paul Begay voting nay.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Speaker with a vote of 13 yeas and 3 nays.
13 in favor, 3 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, we're done. Thank you very much for Division of Social Services and Department of Self-Reliance. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Oh,
everybody.
Yeah, moving on down. Old business, item number 6. There are none. New business. Legislation 0169-20. Sponsored by Chairman So. That, Ms. Platera, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0169-20, an action relating to the Naabik'iyati Committee of the Navajo Nation Council supporting efforts to reduce the small loan annual percentage rate from 175% to 36%, and requesting the New Mexico legislature to adopt the 36% annual percentage rate. This is final authority. There are no amendments. For Navajo Nation Committee Rules of Order, Rule 8, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Is there a motion? Chairman, so.
Freeland.
Freeland, is there a second?
Brown.
Second, Paul Begay.
Brown. Comments, questions? Once, twice, 3 times. Board. On legislation 0169-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
To Elmer. Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green, Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Present. Can you hear me?
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, we're voting.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green all the way to the bank.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with a vote of 19 yeas and 0 nays.
19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Moving on down, legislation, motion carries on 0169-20. Final authority was here at Naabik'iyati Committee. With that, colleagues, moving on down, legislation 0172-20, sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Chair, if you're reading to the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0172-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati Committee supporting proposed bills HR 7557 and S4232, introduced in the United States House of Representatives and Senate to amend Title VI of the Social Security Act to extend the coverage of coronavirus relief fund payments to tribal governments. For Navajo Nation Committee Rules of Order, Rule 8, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Motion by Chairman Nez. Second by Honorable Wanika. Comments, questions? Once?
Needed.
Twice? 3 times. Go to board on legislation 0172-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Brigade Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Brigade votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Heniel.
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Heniel votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you very much. That call is 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. On legislation 0172-20, action related to the Naabik'iyati Committee that was final authority here at Nabi. Thank you. Moving on down. Legislation 0182-20, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. With that, Tara, if we could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0182-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council overriding the Navajo Nation President veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY-62-20. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Just colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion by Charles Newton.
I'm sure Charles Newton is second.
Halona, second.
Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions? Once, went twice, went three times. Go to board on legislation 0182-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Green. Okay.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays.
That, colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. That legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, going on down. Legislation 019,
Speaker.
8-20.
Delegate. Speaker.
Motion. Hello?
Speaker, I'm sorry. I just got a text message from Jimmy Yellow here. He said he's trying to get back in.
Trying to get back in.
Yeah, he said he's trying to call in. I don't know what's going on, but he just now texted me.
Oh, the meeting's not locked.
We're looking for a speaker.
Huh? Hey. For the record, I'm yellow here trying to get in. That colleagues, continue to move on then to legislation 0198-20. It's a sponsor by Chairman Yazzie, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. With that, Mr. Botero, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0198-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY-59-20. For Navajo Nation Committee Rules of Order Rule 8, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
That colleagues. Is there a motion? Went once. Went twice.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Delegate Paul Begay, Stuart.
Delegate Paul Begay. Questions, comments on legislation 0198-20? Went once. Went twice. Went 3 times. Go to the board on legislation 0198-20.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Rona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Eugene So votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otoso.
Green chili all the way.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bakrati. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with the vote of 17 yeas and 2 nays.
My colleagues, 17 in favor, 2 opposed. Motion, or speaker not, or chair not voting. In this case, motion carries. This legislation 0198-20 moves on to Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, moving on down to legislation 0197-20, I'm going to refer to the sponsor first.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to request deferment of this legislation until next Naabik'iyati committee meeting, Chairman. Thank you.
That, colleagues, 0197-20, motion to refer to the next meeting by Honorable Freeland. Their second.
Delegate
Menez. Defer to the next meeting. And the deferment for the next meeting is next Thursday. Right? What date is that? 10th. Almost said February 10th. September 10th. September 10th. That, colleagues, the motion and second. Any comments, questions? Going once, going twice.
Chair.
Yes.
I just asked why he wants to defer this to the next Nabi.
Yes.
That's all.
Also, there's a question to the motioning body. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you for that question. Still waiting on budget forms.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Shanta.
Okay, with that, any other comments, questions?
Chair, just Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the consideration of moving the legislation to the next Thursday. I highly request that we're going to do a report. So let's not take all day, because this is going to take some time to discuss and to maybe make amendments if there is any. And there's probably a lot of good to end this, and also looking at it and getting the budget. So let's be conscientious of the reports, and if we could debate on this, and then it's going to go to, of course, the Navajo Nation Council. That's when we can just say, vote. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, any other comments on the deferral motion?
This is Delegate Charles Noon. I've got a question for the sponsor.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Shatella. Honorable Freeland, you said you're waiting for budget forms. Is there, Speaker, a way to get those budget forms moving? Could this be another tactic to hold up this legislation? I know that the President has proposed a separate legislation that is going through the process right now. And to me, it just seems unfair that the holdup is on a budget form that is being controlled by executive office. I just want to ask the sponsor if that's the reason why he hasn't received the budget forms yet.
Thank you for that question, Deja. Not to my knowledge, I have not had any indication of any potential holdups or any indication of that yet. I'm still working with Ms. Sherilyn Yazi in getting those budget forms completed. So no indication as of yet, sister. Thank you for the question, though.
Speaker?
Okay.
Sure.
That. Hello?
Delegate So.
On so go ahead.
Yes, I think if you sign that to Linda could come up with the budget forms really quick. If she's still there, we can entertain this and move it forward, because this is a whole different avenue of funding. And I began to say that, why not give the chapters a chance? Because, that's something that we could entertain. That's just my thought. I don't know if Linda's there, but she might have went home for the day. But that's just a suggestion. That's all. Thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Unfortunately, Ms. Yovella is not here this evening on so with that, Honorable Freeland.
I know we're still in need of budget forms, but I would hate to have a debate without any budget forms attached. I don't mind entertaining this legislation this evening, but without the budget forms, unless we debate it and then get the budget forms in by council, I don't know. That's one option, but it's really up to the body. Chantal.
Speaker, I have a question for the sponsor.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is, without the budget form, how did you get it through the other committees?
The budget forms were not requested by the committee. There was an indication made by the controller during Budget and Finance Committee of the budget forms and the subrecipient agreements as well. So I wanted to make sure everything was in line, Chantal.
Speaker Daniel So.
Hold on. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, and then Chairman Daniel So. That's the lineup. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Asked and answered, Speaker. Asked and answered.
Okay, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So.
准备要让我考下去本来或者这本拿的 I think you shouldn't try to pressure him to it. 这本拿的我被 hospital. Thank you.
Moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
It's justified. Yeah, let's don't pressure him. Thank you.
Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So.
I want to pressure my Che. I guess we did some appropriation from the CARES Act without a budget. It was for facilities, the deep cleaning,
and then also to the Department of Health for PPEs. I just want to make that point. And today we heard that there still was no budget. So regarding Freeland's flashing the caution light, I think we just will wait for the speaker. A question: can our legislative staff develop the budget forms absent the Division of Community Development's forms?
Yes. There has been precedent for that in the past.
Thank you.
It's usually not.
Okay,
It's usually legislative services and the speaker's office that usually does those. Okay, with that, there's nobody else. Once, twice, referral motion.
Speaker,
Yes.
I'd like to request to go ahead and withdraw that motion if I can from the motioning party.
That's you're the motioning party.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'd like to withdraw that motion then, and go ahead and just then continue on with the debate on this legislation.
Okay, with that, moving on down, legislation 0197-20, sponsored by Arnold Freeland. Oh, actually, deferral motion. Hold on, get this correct. Deferral motion by Honorable Freeland is withdrawn. Chairman Nez, are you willing to hold on to the motion? Are you?
I'll concur with Honorable Freeland, so I'll withdraw as well.
Okay, with that, there's nobody that's holding the motion. So moving on back to the agenda, legislation 0197-20, sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Amon. Mr. Botero, if you could read legislation 0197-20 into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0197-20, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving and adopting the Navajo Nation Cares Fund Chapter Distribution Expenditure Plan. We do have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee. Has had it under consideration and reports the same with the recommendation that it do pass without an amendment. There's a directive. The directive is the Division of Community Development to maintain a vendor listing and keep it available for captures to purchase the listed supplies. The Division of Community Development, Office of the Controller, and Office of Management and Budget to identify their needs while implementing the CARES Act funding. Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, with that, colleagues.
Motion.
That's 20. Is there a motion?
Motion, Halona.
Honorable Halona, is there a second?
Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay. Hey, with that, any comments, questions? There's once, twice, three times. Go to board. Legislation 0197.
Speaker Callan.
Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, you have a question or you just said Keon?
No, I thought if there's a question, I thought you go directly to the presenter for their presentation.
I know, but I didn't hear anybody that had a question. It's like I did on the previous, like on the previous four.
Well, I have a question for the sponsor. I mean, I want to make a comment on the legislation, Speaker.
I cover it. Okay, let's go back.
Well, maybe, Speaker, maybe just for the point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Honorable Keon Begay.
Yeah, just for a point of privilege, I do support the legislation. Anything that goes in, any legislation or funding that will benefit our Navajo people, I support. But I just want to make it clear that we are taking precedence that any legislation is not complete, is okay for the committee and the council to debate and move forward. So I just want to make clear that any legislation is now able to be debated with any not complete documents. So I always want to maybe ask the legislative council of their input regarding what Brother Freeland have indicated. I'm sure he is being pressured to present it and have it move forward. Although there's no pressure from others, I do support this legislation. Chair.
Honorable this legislation was drafted by, looks like Ms. Barbroff, was ready for consideration on the 19th. I do believe in there that she indicates that this legislation is satisfactory. With that, let me go to Office Legislative Council. The question.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Council. So when the legislation was drafted, I signed off on it being legally sufficient, is ready to go. It is still legally sufficient. I would like you to recall that we have not required budget documents on CARES funds legislation, and I don't know why this one would be different. If you will look actually on page 4, it's actually paragraph B, lines 5 through 9. It essentially states that detailed expenditure plan budgets shall not be subject to further legislative approval and shall instead be developed and implemented through expedited budget procedures. The Office of Management and Budget shall process the detailed budgets in the most expeditious manner available to ensure that the funds are distributed within 15 days after action of this resolution. We have not required, we haven't required detailed budgets on any of the CARES fund expenditure plans, so I am not sure why it's even being brought up now. You do have attached as Exhibit 3 the schedule, the 50-50 distribution schedule that was put together. There is verbiage in your legislation that the Office of Controller, I think the Office of the Controller, that the Office of Management Budget can make any technical corrections to that 50-50 formula. That's at the top of page 4. So with that long-winded explanation, Speaker, it is my belief that this legislation is and was legally sufficient as it is before you. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we call for the vote. So continue on down. Roll call vote on legislation 0197-20.
Honorable Ellen Naabik'iyati. Honorable Kealan Gates.
Delegate Kealan Gates, Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul. Honorable Paul Gates. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugene Charles Minton.
Charles Noon votes green.
Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty. Honorable Herman Daniel.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lorna votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinio.
You vote green.
Honorable Hinio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Raymond Smith.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So, green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Bobby, you open? Okay. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Matrix, okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead.
I just came on. I don't know what you guys voting on.
Honorable Yellow Hair, good to hear your voice. Honorable Yellow Hair, we are voting on legislation 0197-20. It's an expenditure plan to give some funding to the Navajo Nation chapters based on a 50-50 formula.
I always get 50-50 formula, but I'll go ahead and vote green. My little brother, Cat, and my colleagues up there with me.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead votes green. Going back, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Speaker, 21 in favor and 0 opposed.
That, colleagues, legislation 0197-20. Vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Moving on down. Motion carries. Legislation continues on to the Navajo Nation Council. With that, colleagues, moving on down. Legislation 0215-20. Sponsored by Honorable Chairman Hinio, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Amon. That, Mr. Platero, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, chapter number 0215-20, an action relating to budget and finance and Naabik'iyati committees and Navajo Nation Council, accepting the audit report of Moss Adams on the basic financial statements of the Navajo Nation for fiscal year 2019. Council is final authority. There are no amendments for Navajo Nation Committee Rules of Order, Rule 8, legislation. I'm sorry, that's Final Committee. This is Council Assigned Authority. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Daniel So.
Second, Wanika.
Colleagues, it's audit, accepting the audit. Motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by
Wanika.
Mr. Edison Wanika. Colleagues, this legislation continues on to the Navajo Nation Council. Is there any comments, questions?
Speaker Callen.
Hey, with that, Chairman. Chairman Henry, you have 3 minutes on the board.
Speaker, point of privilege.
Hold on. Point of privilege.
Speaker, I was just going to ask if we could get a copy of the audit report. This is just my point of privilege. Thank you. No question or comment for the sponsor.
The audits are attached to the legislation. We scroll down further on your email, or if you don't have it, we can send you another one right now. On Naabik'iyati.
I don't have a strong signals, Speaker, or we have to pay for our internet. Thank you.
I think
In other words, I don't have service right now. But I'll get a copy. I'll get a copy somehow.
Yeah, I get off. We can email it to you. We don't have technology where I can send it to you right now, wherever you're at, but we can email it to you. I can fax it to your chapter. Just let me know, Shay.
Either way is fine. Thank you.
If we had a hologram, I could send it in a hologram, but we don't have hologram status right now. All right, Shay, we'll get that out to you. Let's get
thank you.
Naabik'iyati audit. I guess that was the only question. So is there any other questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Yes. There's questions. Okay, with that, Chairman Henio. The floor is yours.
Yeah, can you hear me?
On the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, brother.
Can I speak to Damon? Kodo, Ashnan, 24th Council. This is an annual audit that the Navajo Nation every year. And this year, the audit is conducted by Moss Adams and our controller, Ma. Hopefully she's on the line as my agent, and also representatives from Moss Adams. So with that, this has gone through the Budget and Finance Committee, and so it received the due pass. And we do need this audit passed by Navajo Nation Council in order to proceed to Navajo Nation 2021 budget. That's part of the code. So with this, though, Shemad, Perlin Kirk, are you on the line?
Oh, I'm on the line.
So I'll be. Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you.
All right. Ado Chair Henio, Ado Speaker, and then members of Naabik'iyati Committee, all day, myself and Moss Adams. So this, as my Shiaj said, this is the Navajo Nation's annual audit. We go through this every year around this time. On Naabik'iyati, as Shiaj stated, we have to pass the Navajo Nation's audit.
before council deliberates on the going forward base, the fiscal year 2021. So the audit, to fiscal year 2019, just to kind of give you an idea, these we have two parts: the basic financial statement audit. It covers all three branches essentially. The other piece of it would be the single, what we call the single audit, which is required by federal law because the nation receives federal funding. After over 50 years of KPMG being our independent auditor, we did a RFP a year ago. So our auditor this year is Moss Adams, and they are on the line. They are, I'll have them introduce themselves. So I believe Mr. Brandon Valentini is on the line, as well as Tasha Rep. So it's okay, I can turn them over. Yeah.
Okay, with that, Speaker David, go back to you.
Okay. That, colleagues. Do we have a motion? We do have a second. Comments, questions? I think I heard Honorable Yellow Hair and Madam Chair Charles Littman. Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Go with Charles Newton first, Chair.
Okay.
Speaker, excuse me. Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Speaker, I just heard Jimmy trying to ask a question, so I wasn't sure if you heard him, so that's why I was like speaker, because I wasn't sure if you heard Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
So I apologize. I didn't have a question. I was just trying to let you know that Jimmy was trying to get on, or he was trying to ask a question.
All right. Well, colleagues, any comments,
Speaker.
questions?
Speaker.
Yes.
Delegate Daniels.
Chairman, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Cecilia, Chair of the NABI Committee and members of the NABI Committee, as well as the Navajo Nation Council. Otto Shache, thank you for bringing this legislation. Otto, Ms. Perlene Kirk, and the representatives from Moss Adams. Major part on the cover letter, the letter of opinion. Most of it's unmodified, but there's a statement about adverse. And I'd like to question that particular amount. And there is also a statement that there was a difference of some of the fund accounts. Could you give us a preview tonight? And that way we have a better time to, I guess, consider some thoughts as we go into tomorrow's special session. Thank you.
Chairman, and I'll turn it back over to you as a sponsor.
Speaker Damon, Chair of Naabik'iyati Committee. I can't answer Chair for that question and the cover letter. And with that, I'll defer it to Shema, our controller, Ms. Perlene Kirk. If you would, Ms. Kirk.
Okay. Otto, yeah, Siyaj, Otto, Ade, Bindai, Dot Kidiki, Qui Naabik'iyati Committee. regarding the audit, we also, just so you know, we also prepared a presentation, so that is a PowerPoint presentation, and I believe that got sent out to the committee as well. So, but regarding Delegate Daniel So's question, there is an unmodified opinion, which in essence is a clean opinion, and then there is a adverse component as well, or I should say there is an adverse language regarding, and I believe that's regarding the what we call the component unit analysis for the Navajo Nation. So in regards to, with the further explanation, I can have the auditors, Mr. Brandon Valentini, who's on the line, I can have him explain that, if he's able to. So, Otto, if I can get Brandon to answer that. Brandon, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Controller, I'm on the line.
Okay.
Can you, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman So, members, council members, and Madam Chair. The adverse opinion
Brandon,
is similar to...
Brandon, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. My name is Brandon Valentini. I'm a partner with Moss Adams. And with me on is my colleague, Tasha Rep. Tasha, would you introduce yourself as well?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, speaker, chairs, members. I am Tasha Rep. I am also a partner with Moss Adams and the leader of our tribal and gaming national practice. I am also a citizen of the Samish Nation of Washington. And in my language, Haijkasiam, thank you for having us.
Thank you, Tasha. To answer the question on the adverse opinion, it relates to the entities that are not included in the financials. And those would be the nation's legally separate component units, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, NTUA, the NAPI, the different component units. And so GAP would, this adverse opinion is the same exclusion that has been issued in prior years. So it's not a change from the prior years. One change that did occur, though, is in the past, in the single audit reporting package, N2A was included and Dene College was included with the nation's reporting package. This year, it is just the Navajo Nation that'll be included. So that is the basis for the adverse opinion.
Let's go back to 4. Thank you very much. I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one else text messaging to get in the lineup. Some call.
Yellow hair wants to speak.
Oh, yellow hair. Go ahead.
Oh, Speaker of the Navajo Nation, legislative, as our leader, you speak for us. And also I'd like to say thanks to our 24, all of us, my colleagues, 24 councilmen. And also I'd like to say thanks to our new auditors are talking to us tonight. And I went ahead and I got my copies of the information in the computer related to this single audit for 2019. I had some serious issues with this audit. artificial is a equipment distinction. You have to have a heart to speak even in distinction. So artificial is the art. I was looking at a number of single audit findings by compliance requirements. He darkening it is a new origin to it as key aid. Okay, I left on Hutton. All they had is just a number of 2019 activities, allows an unliable and liable cost and cost principle of a card or number 8 of a card. But 2019 there's 2. 2018 went with other cash management. With other of a card, could be perhaps then in one day just own auditors, Navajo Nation Auditor General and she is the auditors. KPMG audit and auditors and Linda. Request of there is supposed to be a federal award fund with questions and costs. Could not be specific. So listen there. ADGA in Hoko. The numbers of a card, the CFDA number.